Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down. Growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 is setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
What up, fools? So I was doing a software test and it was an epic fail. So I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one. I was just looking at different streaming software. You know, the OBS Studio. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. I think I'm just going to stick with what I'm learning. So, I just figured I'd put up a watch. Buddy of mine from the Marshal Service sent me a text saying that, quote unquote, my boy is on a tirade. Meaning I believe, Donald J, because he was saying something about Truth Social, so I was going to go on here and take a look at it and see what Monsieur Donald, our dictator-in-chief, is, what he is going on about. I don't know if anybody has seen it, but let's see here. Thank you for playing East Palestine. No, that's not too far from me. That whole railroad gig. Okay, that's election. Fiscal burden of illegal aliens. Let's see. I just put something in there about Jack Smith. I'm not seeing what he was referring to. This is interesting. Maybe this is what he's talking about. Let me, hold on once. This is interesting. Let me see which one of these I do here. Give me 1 minute. Nope, it's not that. Turn that off. This is funny. Yeah, I know there's probably sound going. Window capture. That's interesting. Let me get rid of that. So he puts his whatever couch is. That's interesting. So I don't know what that is representing. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Let's go back a few days. What he was referring to. Damn. Damn, they had a hell of a suite. Way to go, Dictator Don. Let's see here. That's all the election stuff. Yeah, this whole Palestine thing, that, like I said, that's not, that's all, unless there's something I missed at the very beginning. Let's do a refresher. Well, at real Donald Trump, that's one thing I can say about myself. And you will never be president. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to text him back and find out what he was referring to. But let's get this watch back up and running. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to play it. I mean, there's so much more it looks like you can do with that streaming software, but I was set up a software test and oh, Scavino was that on True Social or X that Scavino posted it? Let's see. Let's go to X. My boy Scavino. I'm still in shock over this $90 million. Damn Scavino. That was 18 hours ago. Let's see here. On X, okay. Is it the one from 18 hours ago? Yeah, I know. 18 million. Let's see. Do not mistake my sincere kindness and willingness to do a solid for POTUS, while always being an open and honest broker with everyone on everything as a sign of weakness. I've been doing this for 30 plus years with him. I assure you, he knows who has his back. 24/7, 365. F around and find out. These people on Twitter, I mean, these people are deranged as shit. Is that the Scavino post you're referring to? I mean, that kind of makes sense. That he's basically calling people out. Well, and Susie was AOL. Oh, AOL or AWOL. Bunk bed brigade. That's so funny. Yeah. Just some of these people's responses on X is just, oh my god. Oh, okay. Well, she had, I know she's got cancer and she was planning on leaving anyways. Oh, yeah. The hate on X is very, very disturbing. I mean, there are some mental patients on there. Some hardcore mental patients. Let's see. Let me get. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it's probably a lot of it has to do because, I mean, I'm sure, I'm seeing what my neighbor's going through. And, of course, I remember, when I was a kid, my grandmother and my father, got cancer at the same time. And that shit, I mean, that's no joke. Let's see. Oh, that's not the right thing. Yeah, that's... I can't imagine. Let's see. For some reason... let's see. 111. I'm wondering why. Bring this back up here. While I'm waiting on this, let's go. Let's do this. And check out some aviation. See what we got going on. You know, I bet you there are a lot of people in a lot of states that are shitting bricks right now if they're involved in this state fraud. I mean, holy shit. I would be worried as a mother if my name, if I, oh, hell no. Like I tell people, I'm too pretty to go to prison. Let's see what we got going on down here. Seeing that Florida's been let's see. That's a P8. P8. Well, there's the base commander going to Gitmo. You got a nice little private jet action. Oiler. Igor, that's probably a refueler. Snap 35 out of Fort Worth. Oh, what the hell? What the hell was that? Whoa, check that out. Got a B1B. Look at that bad joker. Hell yeah. That thing can bring some hate. Good night. Off of Tampa. That joker right there. From Abilene, Texas to Vegas and back. Wonder if they're getting ready to do a little. Getting ready to do. Look at that mother. Man, I think we about ready to lay some hate somewhere. Boom, shakalaka. Those things are so damn huge. You just have, if you've never seen one, holy shit, are they huge. I was in, when was it? I think it was 98? 98 or 99. We had just gotten back from doing RIM Pack, which is they take all Pacific Fleet, countries. We do like naval exercises and stuff. And we were on the USS Bahama Rashad, which was a Gator freighter. And we're doing ship takedowns. And we were getting ready to take a small boat from Port Island over to the boat, to the ship. And we just hear this. I mean, oh my God, was that damn thing huge. I was like, holy shit. And when we come back that night, me and a couple guys from the wait, that is what I heard. Oh, really? Yeah, they're loud. They are. I mean, they got what, 8 Pratt and Whitney engines, but oh my! When you see them flying in the sky, they look huge at like 27,000 feet. They look fucking huge. Yeah, that's kind of cool seeing. I mean, I'm telling you, they're. Could you imagine, like, being in a country and seeing something like that? Here come. They're leaving St. Louis, Special Air Mission, Belleville, Illinois. And there's another one. Boy, there's a lot of. I mean, granted, it is a weekday, but my Lord. Oh, it's off your coastline? Oh, okay, you're down in that area. Okay. Yeah, this crap is just nuts. There's that damn sniffer, or the Cobra Ball. Aris. Yeah, that's one thing I miss, like not being down in Pensacola, just watching the flight ops. I mean, that in itself is just absolutely insane. Watching flight ops on an aircraft carrier, it's like, that's nuts. Yeah, man. That Joker is so huge. And I just wonder if they're not, like, if we can see it, Cuba can see it naturally, right? If they're just not, like, seeing what their reaction would be. I mean, I don't think we're going to do any carpet bombing inside Cuba. To me, that doesn't make sense. I mean, for what what we want, unless, you know, they have you know, some type of imminent weapon threat, and they do a, you know, a bombing run. But I couldn't see that. I mean, I mean, bringing that thing to the dance is like is like bringing an Uzi to a damn knife fight. It's just overkill. But it's probably a show of force, just to say, hey, look what we can put up in no time. Yeah, you know, and here's the other thing I'm waiting. How long is it going to be before the airlines start to collapse because of jet fuel? And, you know, people won't be able to afford an airline ticket. That's, I think that's a real big danger. Yeah, he's still at 100 or 27,000. My Lord, is she huge? I mean, look, you have to have a chute to slow that joker down. Good night. Let's see if I was trying to bring up the EAMs, but for some reason I don't know if they're let me do this. Let me try it. Their audio captures down. Let me try a different browser, because all we need is the audio. Yeah, it must. Wonder if let's see. Let's try another one. And I can't see them. I mean, it is possible that they take some of the, you know, take these down if something big's about ready to rattle, but that's kind of a stretch, I would think. Let's see. 5AB, that's out of the Netherlands. Let's see. Yeah, just
special events and actionable impact.
Tom, how's that going up in Garden tonight? K4, okay, well, good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody. Everything is sunny up in Germany today. We've got 54 degrees.
So I got a text just a second ago saying that Iran said they will not turn over the uranium. I think we might already have it, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see. Where is... Let's see. Let's see, 11175. Let's see here. Boy, if that Joker does a sweep near Havana, or near Cuba, like go around Bahamas and come back, that'll be some shit. Let's see here.
Of course, Blake returned. So this is how we are now, but he could be back in a short amount of time, depending on things. And of course, Clayton Beater comes off the injured list. 10 appearances early in the year. He's been out for a while with a forearm strain. He was relieved when there was no damage when he got the MRI late April when we were in Chicago, but he's missed almost a month. Yeah, it was exactly a month ago today he made his most recent appearance. He didn't go on the injured list right away, but Beater did make 3 rehab appearances, 1 in the Florida Complex League, 2 at AAA Rochester. All the appearances are very quick. He only threw 8 pitches in his last rehab outing. One of those times he...
Let's see, I think I got it. Alright, so that's that one. And let's get this other one up. Shit, you may be able to go outside your door and see it, Cap.
Internationals 9-6 win. Juan Soto, so 3 homers in the last 2 games. Both Nationals wins. Nationals are wearing the alternate blues today. White letters, red numbers as they take the field out of the first base side dugout.
let's see. So those are up. 111-758-992. Alrighty. Oh, he lives in Venice, Florida? Huh. I did not know that. Boy, I'm telling you, why do I think that Joker's going to go do a run? You know, just like show him. It's at 22.4, so it has dropped a little bit. Unless it comes around the... Oh, yeah, you'll definitely hear them. They are so damn loud. Let's see. Where was... Was it Snap 35? Mm-hmm. E6. That's one of the ones with the satellite domes. He's probably just running air traffic control for all this mess down in here. Lost 03. Some of these call signs are pretty damn funny. Golden Golden one. I think that was I just, I wonder too how many combat air patrols are going on right now over, like larger cities. Yeah, how long's he been up? Going 491 knots. So he took off at 11, which Texas, that would be 12. So he's been up for 4 hours. Boy, oh boy. Oh, let me bring this over so you guys can see it. Joker's so big. That's like the first time I was over in Norfolk. First time I ever seen an aircraft carrier. I was just like, how in the living hell does this thing stay afloat? I mean, they are just... Yeah. There was quite a bit of E-Link going on, electronical intelligence, and You know, we had the doomsdays up. Of course, I mean, they're up all the time, but just all this in culmination. Yeah. Yeah, when you have, you know, like in the Pensacola area during the day, you know, those are pilots training. So you'll have refuelers there, but yeah. Man, I'm just, ever since this morning, I've been getting that gut feeling again, like, especially after that DOJ. That is just mind-boggling. How that few people could fleece $90 million. 90. Holy shit balls. You know, and this is what I was thinking about too during that broadcast, and I forgot to bring it up. In that mysterious letter in the alphabet, right? Is this what they meant by these people won't be able to walk down the street because the American people are going to find out how bad they've been fleeced and how people have been struggling, why these people have been running crime syndicates? I mean, that, because I'll tell you what, I mean, just think of like, well, here, I'll give you an example. When I went in for my heart surgery, when I had this valve collapse, you know, they took me in, and, you know, they were doing like, you name it, EKGs, MRIs, ultrasounds, you name it, they were doing it. And so my cardiologist comes in, he's like, yeah, we're keeping you. And I was like, son of a Trisket. You know, because I was going, shit, I'd probably been, in that year, I was probably at my doctor's and at the emergency room. I would say easy, and this is not even an exaggeration, 60 times that year. I mean, it seemed like every other day. Cause, you know, and my regular internal medicine doctor, he was Chinese. And, you know, because I told him, I said, look, dude, I'm beginning to think I'm a hypochondriac. Because, you know, I keep going in, and I know there's something wrong, but they keep saying, nope, everything's good. And he's like, no. He goes, you just, eventually they'll catch it, whatever, you know, the issue is. So I'm like, okay, dude. And, I mean, it got to be so bad that people at the front desk, like when you check into they were, you know, you could like see their, there's this wacko again, right? And so one night, I was just having all kinds of issues, chest, I mean, you name it. And so I go in, and the lady asked me, she was like, did you drive? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, don't ever do that again. I'm like, whatever. And so they bring me in. Well, the charge doctor, the ER doctor, it was this German lady. And she comes in, and I'm telling her, I said, look, this has been going on. I know there's something wrong. And so she calls my cardiologist, and between him and her, they're like, yep, you're staying the night until we figure this out. I'm like, all right. So they hooked me up to all these machines, and so I'm laying there watching TV, and I fall asleep. Well, next thing I know, they're bringing in this like cart and shit, and they're waking me up because I guess whatever, my blood pressure dropped to like a unsafe level and all this, and I'm like, man, what the hell are you guys doing? I was sleeping. It's first time I've been able to sleep in a minute. And they're like, your numbers are way off. Well, they actually caught what the issue was. Well, so in that window, they brought in this lady from what the hell do they call it? Job and Family Services. So it's like if you need like Medicaid, Medicare, any of that nonsense. So she had come in and she asked me, what's your last name? And I give it to her. What's the last 4 of your social? I give it to her. And she's like, well, you're going to be here for 2 or 3 days at minimum. I'm like, okay. And, I'm thinking, what the fuck is this woman doing here? And so she goes, this is what pissed me off. She said, you're a single white male with no dependents, so there's nothing we can do to help you. And I'm like, what? And she goes, well, you don't have any insurance. I said, the hell I don't. I said, I got insurance, and then I have, whatever insurance don't cover, the VA covers. And she goes, no. She goes, we ran it. Your insurance is no good, yada, yada. So she's telling me, like, what this is going. Well, I got pissed off. And she got kind of cocky. And so I'm here pressing this fucking button on the bed. And the nurse comes in and she goes, yeah, what do you need? I said, I need you to get this fucking lady out of here. Oh, I was right. If they didn't have me hooked up to all these machines, I was probably going to throttle her. And so the nurse, after the lady leaves, the nurse goes, well, what's the problem? And so I told her. And I said, here's the problem. At that time, I said, do you know how much I paid in taxes last year? And she goes, I have no idea. I said, almost $38,000. I said, that's just my personal taxes. That's not counting what my business has paid. And she goes, yeah. She goes, that probably wasn't the right thing to say. She goes, let me go look at your insurance paperwork. And she goes, who do you have? And I think at that time we had not MetLife. Might have been Suma. But anyways, so she comes back in about a half hour later and she goes, you don't have nothing to worry about. She goes, they transposed your number in your policy number. I was like, oh, okay. I said, but man, that's messed up. I pay all of that damn money. And when time comes, you need to ring the bell. If I needed to ring the bell, they're like, nope, there's nothing we can do for you. So that kind of shit right there, when all of this fraud comes out, can you imagine how many people they've done that to that, possibly didn't have insurance? Oh my God. Yeah, it's at 18-1. So I wonder if they're just going to fly this shit into Fort Lauderdale. What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, automatically, because, like, the VA had told me that, and they say it every time now, when I go in, hey, if it's nighttime or over the weekend, if you need to go to the hospital or whatever, you have 72 hours to notify us. And once you notify us, they take care of the bill, because it's that new presidential policy where you can go where you want to go. But I know people have had horror stories at the VA. I have never once had a problem at the VA. But, you know, granted, there are bad people in medical and everything else. But, when I go to the VA, I don't go with a shitty attitude. You know, I joke around with them all the time. I say stupid shit. So, you know, that kind of stuff goes a long way. You know, of course, the way I was raised, you treat people how you want to be treated. So, if you want to act like an asshole, well, then, you know, treat you like an asshole. But I've never once. And, you know, there's been some difficult people down at the VA that I go to, but, you know, they, let's see, CNV, I think that was, yeah. That plane's up a lot, flying a lot down to Miami. Dude, this is nuts. It looks like it's turning a little bit. We're going to keep our eyes on this joker. Homestead, okay. You know, this may just be like a show of force type thing, because I think we are days, if not hours, you know, may wait till after Monday, Memorial Day, but, you know, people say that, which I 100% totally get, but if they have actionable intelligence, yeah, he's starting to turn. It looks like he may be going into Lauderdale. They may keep that thing down there, you know, because here's one thing that we're not seeing, that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 days. We're not seeing a deluge of sub hunters out here. So maybe they found something, you know, down in that region, and they're just going to start moving assets down to southern Florida, because, you know, in 1,000 over the Keys. Yeah, I think it's at 10,000 now. I think it's flying into Fort Lauderdale. But I'd look for us to, you know, because that fictional letter in the alphabet, you know, they said that there was going to be a scare. And, you know, could this be Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0? I mean, who knows? Well, yeah, he's going, but I bet you he circles around and goes into Lauderdale. Yeah, that plane is ginormous. Yeah, so I had that stream up, you know, for a software test, because I was configuring OBS Studio, and it's a open source, and you know, a lot of developers make free plugins and widgets and stuff for it. And I was in there putting all the stream keys and everything, and I did a test, and for some reason when I connected, it didn't go. It kept telling me I wasn't live, so it's probably just a configuration. But I think, yeah, he's still. He's at 6,400. So yeah, he's. I mean, that thing just takes forever to get on an approach. I bet you the people down in southern Florida are like, what in the living shit is this? Like I said, when we seen one when we seen that Joker fly into Hickam, oh my God. I mean, you just hear it's almost like it vibrates the ground. And there was that Lancer. I forget where we seen that at. Was that up in that took out of Vegas? Yeah, it's at 4,700 on flight radar. 4,600. Miss Panda hears me in here talking, and she wants to see who the hell I'm talking to. What's the matter, buddy? Come on. There you go. Yeah, he's going in for 4,200. Yeah, her boyfriend must be outside, because that's what she's up here, and she sits on her hind legs and she flutters her front paws. My sister says she's saying please, or she wants something. Homestead, okay. Yeah, he's going in for approach wherever he's landing. Let's see what else is coming into that. A P8, so you got one there taking off out of Jacksonville. Well, I guess we do have a lot of P8s up again. So that's 3. It's probably a 4th one. Yeah. Yeah, they're looking. So this is day 5. Yeah, they're still out there. And there's the Gitmo commander. He's gonna fly down to do a hook around Haiti. Alright, I'm going to take Miss Panda out, so I will leave this up and I will be back here shortly. He's at 1,800 now. That joker. Well, is it possible he's going into Miami? Let's zoom in here. He may be going into Miami. We'll find out. Bet you them people are shitting themselves right now. I couldn't imagine trying to land one of them damn things. Good night. That's one place that, you know, mostly I was all up north in Florida. I've never been down south. Come on. Now what the hell's he doing? Is he going into Homestead? Yeah, it looks like he's going into Homestead. I mean, just watch this circle pattern that he has to make just to slow down and land. He's at 181. Yeah, boy. Now, if we start seeing like some other ones coming in, of course, we don't know if this is the first one or not, but we start seeing some other ones come in. Good night, nurse. 174, 1,700. Yeah, he's landing at Homestead. After this, oh yeah, he's going to do this circle pattern just to slow down. 165. Yeah. Well, that's true too. They may you know, this may be getting assets positioned to hit Iran again. Because remember last time they did that pump fake where they flew West Coast. And they went over past Hawaii and went out to he's flying around to slow it down, Kelly, and to drop in elevation because it's just the thing is so damn big. I mean, telling you, it's a sight to see. When you just look at it and like, how in the hell does this thing? Yeah, see, it just fell off. So he landed at Homestead. All right, so let's see. if we can find that B-1B Lancer. Because I think it was up in the Nevada area. That was a refueler. Oh, is this it right here? No, that's PA. I know it had a weird icon shape, unless maybe it landed already. I know it wasn't all the way this far north. Yeah, I think maybe either they landed or they turned off their transponder. There's X. I wonder if that's Elon's son. Yeah. Dash. Chaos. Oiler, they're all refuelers. And here's that. Sorry if I just blew your eardrums. Alright, I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. I will be back here shortly. I'll just probably bring it in here. I'm gonna switch back to the main view screen. That way, I think that I still have that game loaded up there.
Honey, look who's here. Heard you got a new deck.
Wow, is that our deck?
Yeah, it's a deck warming gift. Took several hours to get the icing right.
With decorators, the neighbors will notice. Decorators stand out.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded and says Fox News polls can't be trusted. Now, Newsmax is conducting its own poll on President Trump's job performance. It takes just a minute to vote, so let us know what you think if President Trump is doing a good job. We at Newsmax want to know your opinion, so make sure you vote and your voice is heard. Vote today.
Unmarked rental vehicle while they were on duty. Mr. Morgan did not know what that other driver and that other vehicle occupant's intention was when it swerved so aggressively at him, but it happened fast, it was alarming, and it was during an extraordinarily tense period in our Twin Cities metro area, both for citizens and law enforcement alike. Human beings under stress can perceive danger differently and make split-second decisions in rapidly evolving situations. That does not mean that we ignore concerns raised by this incident. We understand why people hear allegations involving a firearm react emotionally. But it also does not mean we should rush to strip away someone's humanity before all evidence is presented fairly and fully. Greg Morgan is deeply affected by what has happened. He understands the seriousness of these allegations, and he understands the public concerns surrounding them. There is much more to this story, and he has been cooperating with this process, as evidenced by him traveling across the United States, having me communicate with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, which I've been doing for multiple weeks, and finding a way to come and go through the process lawfully and respectfully and cooperatively, while at the same time not having to be arrested out on the East Coast and face extradition. And that took some time to put that all together. At this point, the public has heard only one side of the story through the charging document. We are confident that additional evidence, additional context, and the full circumstances surrounding this encounter matter greatly. And we all know how unfair it can be to only hear one side of the story. And that's what we've only heard so far, is one side, and in fact, one little bit of a much bigger story. We ask everyone, including commentators, activists, public officials, to allow this case to proceed through the judicial process calmly, responsibly, and based on all the evidence, not emotion or political narratives. We all deserve that, don't we? I'm not going to have Greg answer any questions at this point because there's an open criminal case, but I will take perhaps a few limited questions. Thank you.
Are there any other videos that you believe to expedite your trial?
I don't know yet. I'm personally waiting for some more evidence from the Department of Justice, which takes a while. And of course, I haven't received yet the discovery from the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. We just filed for that a day or two ago. I would anticipate, because they charged this case out a month ago, that it shouldn't take them very long to get that evidence to me, but we'll see.
Does Mr. Morgan's training align with the actions that he took that day?
At this point, I'm not going to discuss his training or how this could play into the case until I have all of the evidence as well as certain materials I'm waiting.
Is anybody supporting Mr. Morgan's legal defense, either with just moving his bond, with his intention to travel here and maybe continue to travel home? Is there anybody that's supporting financially?
Well, he's an employee of the ICE agency, and the Department of Justice is a part of that.
Does he remain on duty, and has he been conducting his job since this incident occurred and since the charges were filed?
He does. He's been an 8-year law enforcement officer with no history of any crimes, no disciplinary history. He is known as a good officer, and he continues to be one.
Is there any, do you have any intention to file to have this removed from Hennepin County District Court to federal court because of the
I will be filing a petition to remove to federal court. That's one of the key differences here, is that there's an allegation that he was basically ending duty and just returning. That wasn't the case. I have the time logs for the shifts that day. He was on duty for several hours after this incident. He was on duty when this alleged incident occurred and continued to be on duty afterward. And that is something that will play in fact to the petition to remove the federal court.
Brian, we've heard virtually nothing from ICE agents about what Metro Surge was like from their standpoint. From what you've heard from your client, can you summarize what they experienced, what they felt they were up against, and whether they had the tools and the circumstances to succeed in their mission?
Those are great questions. So I'm not going to tell you what my client has told me for attorney-client purposes, but I'm a citizen of this community. I was born and raised here, and I've lived here my entire life. And I think anybody who's been on the ground in Minnesota for this past 6-month period is well aware of what's been happening, including but not limited to during Metro Surge, both in terms of some of the fears I think that some citizens were facing and some other alleged behaviors of law enforcement, if you will, but indeed also different varying scales of behaviors by citizens. Passive people who have just been watching from the sidewalk, people who have flooded the streets, people who have been blowing whistles, people who have gotten right in the faces of law enforcement, people who have threatened law enforcement, people who have been tailing their vehicles, people who have been keeping track of those vehicles with license plates and giving out advance notice, people who I think have intentionally agitated law enforcement, and people who presented either verbal or physical threats to law enforcement as well. The scale, right? I mean, we've seen anybody who's lived here and been around this has probably seen all of that, to be fair. And there were a number of citizens who acted like we would all want to act. And then I think there were some other citizens who genuinely posed a danger or a perceived danger to law enforcement, whether they're state, local, or federal.
You mentioned that this wasn't his normal job. What is his normal job?
He's an ICE agent.
We can't hear you when you...
He's an ICE agent in the removal, but his particular duties were not removal. Actually, one of the things that he likes about his employment is that he has the opportunity often to help immigrants stay in the United States, especially those without the most egregious prior offenses like murder convictions or the like. In a way, sometimes they function like a probation officer in that role, where they actually get to work with the immigrants, keep some tabs on them, and help them to actually do things constructively to stay in the United States. And that's part of his why as a law enforcement officer. And I want people to see that about him, because I think sometimes when we think about ICE, maybe an image comes to mind of somebody in jackboots or that enjoyed beating people up or shooting them or threatening them or was just out to find any immigrant and remove them. That's not who Greg Morgan is. That's not who a lot of these ICE agents were. And of course, you're going to get the whole spectrum when you get into any job. Lawyers, doctors, law enforcement, you name it. There are a lot of good law enforcement agents out there, state, local, and federal. We need them. He was ordered up here for a job to do, and he is a servant. He cares about people. He's a good man in his community, and people are going to get to know a lot more about him while I'm representing him, but he is not who some people may think of when they think of ICE and they have this immediate negative reaction to who ICE is. That is not Greg Morgan that I've gotten to know, and I'm going to make damn sure that a jury knows about it if this case goes to trial.
Has your client been the victim of some of these things that you were listing off in terms of retaliation? Or
I won't speak directly to him, but I would say that probably any ICE agent that was known to be an ICE agent on the ground during Metro Surge was experiencing some form of public retaliation from certain members of the community. I think citizens were afraid for their own safety, in the community, and I also think that there were a number of law enforcement that were rightfully concerned for their own safety during these operations as well. And I don't think that's unique to Greg Morgan, but I think it was a common experience for law enforcement as well as some citizens during this whole Metro surge, which was really a pressure cooker.
Can you explain what you're doing here today?
Yeah, today, so he's going to post a bond right now. And then he's going to be booked because he wants to comply with the process. And then we're going to appear at 1:15 p.m. tomorrow in front of Judge Scoggin for a first appearance right over here in this courthouse.
If he were convicted of assault at the end of this process, can he remain a federal law enforcement agent?
That would be up to the federal government, but it would be tough with a felony conviction. You're not allowed to possess a firearm, right? There's a whole lot more to it than that. There's a whole lot more to it than his job. I mean, his job is a part of this. It is part of who he is, and he loves serving the community, right? But there's more to it than that. This is his honor. This is his name. People do not yet know what was going through his mind or what he was experiencing. And it's easy to get, I think, riled up and think, well, he allegedly pointed a gun at a vehicle that swerved at him.
Picture this. You've got a big new website idea and your team is ready to go. Instead of taking months to build it, why not just use Framer? With Framer, designing is building. No handoffs, no waiting. Build your...
And even if you look at the video and you look at it from perhaps his standpoint instead of these other drivers, maybe you'll start to come to some other thoughts about what he may have been experiencing and why he may have taken certain actions that I won't get into, but, you know, coming under threat in our community as well. He didn't know what these other people were up to in that vehicle. He didn't know who they were. He didn't know what their intentions were other than, I would say, they violently swerved at him. And there's even more to it than that led up to it that nobody knows about it yet. That will come out later.
Mr. Ziga, the Trump administration has been reluctant at best to aid prosecutors and law enforcement in this state with their investigative materials related to certain use of force incidents involving mitigation.
Sure.
Do you expect them to be working with you to understand the actions of your client and to give context to that as it pertains to Operation Metro Surge, to the training that they had, and some of the materials that have been hard for law enforcement and prosecutors to get?
I would hope so, because all I want is the truth. And I want a jury to have the truth if it goes that far, and I want judges to have the truth. And you know what else I want to have the truth? The public. And Greg Morgan wants them to have the truth as well, because you can't imagine how painful it's been for him, believe it or not, to have these allegations come and to be painted in a certain light without knowing his why, without knowing his truth, without knowing what else happened that day, the days up to that, the week up to that while he was here. There is a lot more here, and we want more. We're not here to hide information. We want more information because we believe that with all of the information out, the important decision makers will have what they need to see everything in the context. And I think once that comes out, it'll be shown that he's not guilty of these serious charges.
The complaint suggests that Mr. Morgan didn't report the incident to his supervisor. Is that correct?
Not at all.
Sorry, we're not hearing you. Thank you.
No, there will be information that will come out later that will be an indication to the contrary, that he did in fact report this incident immediately.
Do you feel any need for Mr. Morgan to say an apology at this point?
I can't have him speak about anything at this point. I can tell you that he doesn't take this cavalierly. He's a human being, and he doesn't. One thing that's important to him is that he believes in the service aspect of law enforcement. So he's not here to try to scare people. He wasn't here to try to beat people up or assault them or do anything. He was up here on orders, and there's a very human aspect to this case for this human being, and there's a human aspect for the people who ended up being frightened or concerned as well. But that's not who he is, and that's not what this was about.
Ryan, was he surprised when the charges came out?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he gave a partial interview to a trooper the day after, right? There was more to it than that, right? But there was a certain context to that interview that he wasn't fully aware of. More of that will come out as well later. but there's a lot more to it. And yeah, he thought there was an understanding here of the situation. So he was floored when that happened as well. You know, this has been really heavy on Greg. It has been. He takes it seriously. And, you know, we've prayed together. He's shed some tears together. This is a real human story. Yeah.
What's your take on, this city is famous for its trials, it's famous for its politics, it's famous for the strong feeling of a very large voting bloc.
Yeah.
You have your work cut out for you. What's your thought and what's his thought on can a law enforcement officer, and especially an ICE officer, you get a fair trial, you get a fair shake here?
Well, I gotta believe in that. You know, I think, of course, there's going to be some people, right, where they're not going to be interested in a fair trial. But I think there's a lot of citizens who do care and who will be interested in that. And I'm counting on that because there's been a lot of talk from our politicians and everybody else about how good Minneapolis can do, right? How good our metro area can do, how we can rise up to challenges. And we've seen our series of challenges here in the last 5 years, haven't we? We know what they are. But if we're going to continue to try to be better and we're going to continue to rise, then we've got to believe in this, in our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. And we got to believe in the integrity of this court process. We got to believe in all those things. And I'm going to believe in jurors. I'm going to believe in them. And I'm going to believe in our court process. And he's going to believe in it too. And that's why he came back here to do this. Because we're going to participate in this process because we do believe in it and we love it. It's one of the things that we think makes our country a wonderful place.
Thank you.
All right, that up there coming as an ICE officer is charged with 4 counts of assault in Minnesota. On your screen right now is some video from that incident back in February. The defense attorney for an ICE agent charged with assault for an alleged Minneapolis gun-pointing incident that happened in February says his client did not initiate the encounter, that the agent was reacting to perceived danger. Gregory Donald Morgan Jr. of Temple Hills, Maryland is charged with 2 counts of second-degree assault. So we wanted to be sure to bring you that update from officials earlier today. Right now, before we head to a quick commercial break, I want to show you a live look outside of San Jose, California, as traffic is shut down right now in a San Jose neighborhood after a scrap metal truck with a damaged axle was at risk of rolling over, according to fire officials. The San Jose Fire Department says this incident happened near South 1st Street and East Alma Avenue. That semi-truck was carrying 78,000 pounds of metal. And it did look like we lost that live look here on Live Now from Fox, but we wanted to be sure to bring you that as that power in that area is shut off. So as we learn more updates and get more feeds of that, we'll be sure to bring you any updates as we get them here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with much more on the other side. Stay close. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Before the break, we were taking a live look in San Jose, California, where traffic has shut down this neighborhood after a scrap metal truck with a damaged axle was at risk of rolling over. Let's lift up the audio right now and listen into Fox 2's coverage of this.
The other concern here is that as we approach the afternoon rush or traffic, this is a thoroughfare or major way to get on 87, which with a holiday weekend and people making plans and trying to get home from work, the longer this extends, certainly traffic becomes a concern. But priority number one, again, is looking live at this semi-truck that is on its side with that 78,000
If you've been injured in a serious car crash, remember this. The insurance company's job is to settle your injury case for as little as possible.
There away from those power lines that everyone is so concerned about. Our Jesse Gary spoke with a witness a short time ago about what they saw happen with this truck. Let's take a listen to that sound. Here you go.
I don't know, it's been like an hour now. Yeah. Everything went out, and just had to keep going out to the, first you have to check if it's the bathroom that died, and then it's the whole house. And at this point, once I figured out it was the whole street, I'm just worried that the power's going to be back on before the food in the fridges goes bad. But it sounds like that's not going to be a problem at this point. They just got to get the truck out of here.
It's a big, heavy truck, though.
It's a
7,100 pounds, I think.
Yeah.
Did you hear anything? Did you hear a crash, a collision?
First thing I noticed was the power going out, and then the chopper overhead almost immediately. That guy's been wherever it is. Yeah. He's been over. They've had it overhead almost instantly, but I don't know. Let's let these guys go past. Sorry, guys.
Other than the food in the refrigerator, any other impact for you?
This line of cars going in front of my house here. Other than that, no, it's fine.
Are you kind of worried about, because one of the things they're concerned about is if the truck falls over, it's going to take out all power lines?
Well, as long as it doesn't fall over, we won't have to break out any generators or anything. And that's really all I'm worried about. But power does go out every once in a while here, but usually not because of a semi-truck, and it's usually on within about 20-30 minutes. So this is going to be the longest power outage in over a decade, I think.
So you just heard from that witness that is concerned with the other residents perhaps in that area. We know about 7,000 to 8,000 have preventatively had their power shut off and worried about perhaps the food in their fridge, but certainly officials hoping to get a handle on this. PG&E saying they believe power could be out for up to 3 hours as they figure out this situation. We should also tell you that the Sacred Heart Community Service building, which is directly adjacent to where this truck is on its side, has been evacuated. Now that building and that space and that community provides food to those in need. Obviously, with that amount of food, you're also concerned with the power being out for an extended period of time. But again, these SJ Fire officials hoping to come up with a plan to get this truck out of this precarious situation and resolve this concern here. Looking at the temperature in San Jose, about 83 degrees. We certainly know it was warmer earlier in the week, but 83 is still significant, and you start to worry about folks that are in that area that may be without some of their air conditioning or the other needs for their electricity, if they have medical devices or that type of thing. Certainly that is of concern if this power outage extends past what they are anticipating. Again, if you're just joining us, Sky Fox is overhead, and we're in this breaking news on Fox Local San Francisco. This is South 1st Street and East Alma Avenue in the Alma neighborhood of San Jose. You can see this semi-truck carrying about 78,000 pounds of scrap metal, according to SJ Fire, has had an axle issue, which is leaving it sort of hanging on its side here, in a good view of that from our ground shot from Gerard Duya and Jesse Gary there on the scene. And the greatest concern here as we zoom into all of that material in the vehicle or in that truck is that if it hits those power lines or falls to its side, that could create a major issue for the folks in this area. We just received an update from San Jose Fire, which is telling us what we do know. The tow truck is on scene. The command here, SJ Fire, SJPD, they expect this operation to conclude and power to be re-energized in about 2 hours. So that's good news for that gentleman that we interviewed, or Jesse Gary interviewed. PG&E says about 6,800 residents are currently impacted with their power out preventatively as they continue in this operation. So they think this will take about 2 hours, as they now have a plan to upright this truck with the axle issue. Again, you see that large crane that is from the Urban Search and Rescue Team from San Jose Fire that is assisting in this operation, but they believe it'll take about 2 hours to get this truck right side up, get it out of there and away from those power lines, and then to hopefully get power back up and get that truck out of there and open those roads back up. And that'll leave us at about 4:30 in the afternoon, which will likely be the peak of the afternoon commute hours. That is another concern there, as this road feeds into Highway 87 as folks try to get out of town or get back home. We're going to lay out on this for a little bit and let you continue to watch these shots from our crew on the ground as well as the helicopter. We will bring you more information as we get it. Stay with us here on Fox Local.
centers. That revenue for that sector nearly doubled. Now, the chip maker's stock did fall following this analyst call. It ended the day about 1.77% down, but not to worry, that's the fourth straight post-earnings slide that we see for NVIDIA. Year to date, the stock is up over 16%. But with all of the success, there is still one area of uncertainty for the company that remains, and that is China. CEO Jensen Huang joined President Trump during his summit to the country. The sale of NVIDIA's H200 GPU chips have been approved by the U.S. to go through, but Beijing has yet to approve purchases of those chips. They are instead relying on domestic producers. Huang had said back in March at NVIDIA's GTC conference that they had received H200.
Heavenly. Download now.
Development. They want to be more in that space to continue being at the cutting edge of this industry. But they really are the preeminent name in the game when it comes to GPUs. And from gaming now to AI, they are well positioned.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Madison, great to have you on here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for giving us the updates. We always appreciate you and Fox Business.
Absolutely, Mike.
All right, everyone. What we want to do is take it back out to more of that breaking news out in San Jose. Still live right now. We are getting an update from police. Let's listen in.
Solo vehicle accident at this point.
So at this point, it looks like it just failed on its own.
Correct.
Was anyone injured?
We don't know of any injuries at this time.
And the truck driver?
Yeah, truck driver's okay.
So where were they headed? And you said they're hauling 80,000 pounds. Where was it?
About 80,000 pounds. I don't know where their destination is.
And the power box in question?
It looked to be okay right now. We're shutting down the power to be precautionary. We don't know what's going to happen to that trailer. It is only resting on the tires at this time, so we want to ensure safest operation as possible.
How far has the power been shut off? What areas are affected?
I don't want to answer that question because I don't know the full ramification of where the power went off to.
The power pole, the power lines were not affected. It's this power box that's on the ground.
That's correct. The power box is not affected this time, but we're just worried that the trailer might drop onto the power box. We want to keep our responders safe.
So the power has been voluntarily turned off?
That is correct.
And so this, from what I'm hearing, this could take another couple of hours or so?
That's correct. About a 2 hour. Yes, it's a specialized operation that requires a lot of specialized resources. We're looking at least another 2 hours to stabilize this trailer.
Tell me the difficulty in trying to deal with a vehicle that's heavy already and then it's loaded with scrap metal.
Yeah, sure. So, like I said, it's about 80,000 pounds just sitting on 2 tires right now. What we don't want is anyone else injured, and we want to make sure we keep the debris where it is at this point to keep it as short as possible until we can turn the power back on for all our residents.
So you have a large tow truck and then a crane. Do you have a plan of how you're going to right it?
Yeah. So right now we're just
Cavalli has himself a quick
and then we're going to tow the trailer away as soon as it's stabilized, and we can hook it up to the tow truck.
You put anything under it, like an inflation device or anything like that?
We have our airbags right now. We have them staged just in case something does let loose. But right now the tow truck's doing a good job stabilizing the trailer.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Aaron
Freiler.
San Jose Fire Department.
Thank you guys for what you do. Thank you, sir.
Chief Aaron Freiler from the San Jose Police Department, or Fire Department. So, as you heard, they have airbags deployed just in case, but they have the tow truck, which is stabilizing the truck to make sure it does not lean any further. And now they have a plan for righting it and moving it out of the way. The truck was traveling northbound, so in this direction towards the camera lens, making a left-hand turn west onto Alma when something happened to the rear axles and the truck became stuck in the position you see. No one was hurt and no other vehicles are involved. And they believe another couple hours and they'll be able to get this out of the way and get the roads back open. So if you're getting off work early and you need to come to this part of San Jose, don't think of a way around South 1st Street in Alma. And remember, this could also impact you as you try to get off of 87 onto Alma, etc. Please bear that in mind. The side streets are choked with traffic as well. Greg.
Okay, good information and great reporting from our Jesse Geary and Gerard Dia. Jesse, thank you. We'll let you continue to gather ahead of our 4 p.m. newscast as we give you this live look again at Skyfox with SJ Fire, the search and rescue teams. They're working with that large piece of heavy machinery, and SJPD also at scene providing traffic control. We've been covering this for the last half hour or so. This is South 1st Street, East Alma Avenue here on Fox Local. The concern here is that that scrap metal truck with about 78,000 pounds of scrap metal, the concern was that if
we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, call of the 10, powered by Bronzo Band.
If it fell on its side, it would hit a power box and a power pole, and so preventatively, PG&E is turned off power to about 6,800 customers just as a precaution. We're now hearing they anticipate they have a plan, and they expect this operation to be wrapped up in the next 2 hours or so. Our Jesse Geary will continue to work that story, and we will continue to follow this story for you on the air and online and here on Fox Local. In the meantime, we want to remind you our next newscast is coming up at 4 p.m. and whenever news breaks, you can find us on the Fox Local app. For now, I'm Greg Lee in the KTVU studio.
All right, we were just listening in there to Fox 2 San Francisco's coverage of this breaking news there out of San Jose, where a damaged scrap metal truck has shut down traffic, causing power outages there in San Jose, California. Right now, a live look from their chopper out there of that scene. Once again, power is shut off in San Jose in that area due to this damaged semi-truck. Putting up this X post on your screen there, coming from the San Jose Fire Department, saying SJFD is on scene of a semi with a damaged axle that is at risk of rolling over in the area of South 1st Street and East Alma Avenue. Semi could damage power pole nearby. PG&E to shut down power lines at risk, affecting 7,000 to 8,000 people. Power expected to be down for 3 hours minimum. That post coming from the San Jose Fire Department there, and an update from them saying a tow truck is on scene. Command expects operations to conclude and power re-energized in approximately 2 hours. Per PG&E, 6,800 residents are currently impacted. Another live look of that scene there in San Jose from the Fox 2 helicopter. The San Jose Fire Department saying this semi-truck was carrying 78,000 pounds of metal. And once again, that power outage is leaving thousands of customers without electricity for at least a couple more hours. So we wanted to be sure to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to update you as we learn more. For now, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with much more on the other side. Stay close.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Before the break, we were listening into an event as the U.S. DOJ announced a major fraud indictment in Minnesota, charging 15 people with targeting over $90 million in taxpayer funds across 7 Medicaid programs. Let's listen back in where we left off here on Live Now from Fox.
In 2020, it was $38.1 million. This is what we expected to be paying every year. Instead, this year it hit $442 million. And that is, I'm showing you that because that's the magnitude of the fraud and the damage that we're talking about today. And I want to thank Todd Blanche, who couldn't be here today, Colin McDonald, and everyone at the Department of Justice for leading this effort. I want to thank also the FBI, who you're going to hear from in a little while, the HHS Office of Inspector General, CMS, and especially Dr. Oz, the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, and Vice President Vance, and the investigators and law enforcement personnel whose relentless work made today's action possible. Today's arrests represent the largest autism fraud bust in American history. This was not a paperwork error. It was not a technical violation. This was organized threat, organized theft that exploited the most vulnerable children in America, deceived families, stole taxpayer dollars meant to help children with autism access legitimate care and support. Investigators uncovered brazen schemes that billed taxpayers for non-existent services, fraudulent diagnoses, and fake care, while criminals enrich themselves at public expense. Every fraudulent autism diagnosis steals time, care, and resources from the children for whom this program was denied and who desperately need this care. Families with autistic children already face enormous challenges navigating therapies, specialists, and support systems. Fraud makes those barriers even steeper. America is facing a real autism crisis. Today, approximately 1 in every 31 children is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Medicaid finances a significant share of autism-related services nationwide, and spending has risen dramatically over the last decade, and a lot of that spending is because of fraud. When criminals exploit these programs, taxpayers lose billions, and vulnerable children lose their access to care. Healthcare fraud now costs the United States tens of billions of dollars every year. Some estimates place the broader cost of healthcare fraud and improper payments at $100 billion annually. That fraud drives up healthcare costs for all Americans. It weakens public trust. It drains taxpayer resources and threatens the long-term stability of both Medicaid and Medicare. If we fail to confront the fraud aggressively, these programs will not survive for future generations in the form Americans rely upon them today. Under the leadership of President Trump and Vice President Vance, this administration is carrying out the most aggressive anti-fraud effort in American history. And I want to be clear, this is an extraordinary bust today, because these kind of operations usually take many years, sometimes a decade. This was executed with a precision and speed that is unprecedented in the history of law enforcement. And it's unprecedented now, but under Vice President Vance's leadership and President Trump's direction, we are going to normalize this speed. We're restoring accountability, strengthening oversight, prosecuting criminal networks, and protecting the integrity of our public health systems. We will not allow criminals to treat children as billing opportunities while American taxpayers foot the bill. This administration will continue rooting out fraud because every stolen dollar is a dollar taken from a child, a parent, a senior of a family who desperately needs help. We're going to protect these programs and protect vulnerable children and restore integrity to American healthcare system. And now I want to introduce the United States Attorney Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and my thanks, where did he go, to Colin McDonald, who has led the Department of Justice's national fraud prosecution effort with a tenacity and an effectiveness that is really inspiring to all of us who are on the team. Here in Minnesota, we have the unfortunate distinction of bringing to being the place that brought to national attention the fraud committed against governments across the United States, governments that turned the other way either deliberately or negligently while it was happening under their noses. The numbers that we have here in Minnesota are enormous, but I'm happy to tell you that we have more prosecutors.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. We were showcasing a little bit of this DOJ news conference on Minnesota fraud allegations and crackdown. We'll check back in a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But since we are live now, we try to bring you as many different live feeds from across the country. We have another one on Capitol Hill right now. On the House floor, we have lawmakers speaking. Let's listen right now on Live Now.
The chair is prepared to move on to the next question. Proceedings are now going to resume. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1041, offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1041, offered by Ms. Morrison of Minnesota.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote.
All right, so now lawmakers are taking a vote there on the floor. We'll keep an eye on it. If we do see any more lawmakers continuing to speak, we'll take you back out there right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone, Mike Page here as we continue to roll on. I want to take you out to the White House. Earlier today, President Trump making remarks inside the Oval Office. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor. We have tremendous people behind me. You'll be hearing about that in a minute. Today is my honor to be discussing the taking of a very historic action to substantially lower costs for consumers, protect hundreds of thousands of jobs, and save Americans well over $2 billion a year by officially terminating the Biden administration's ridiculous regulations imposing costly requirements on refrigerators and air conditioners. It's ridiculous, unnecessary, and costly, and actually makes the machinery worse. I want to thank EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Senators John Husted. John, thank you. I heard you're doing very well in your race, I hear. That's what the word is. And Ashley, I know you're doing very well also. Ashley Moody, Florida, great. As well as Representatives Stephanie Bice, Zach Nunn, and Craig Goldman. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all. You look good. We're joined by Kroger CEO. That's a big one. Kroger, that's a big, I see those stores all over the place. Greg Foran. Where's Greg? Greg? Very good. You look like Central Casting. Just like you're supposed to look. Fairway Store CEO Reynolds Kramer.
Right here, Mr. President.
Okay. Hello, Reynolds.
Hello there.
Maybe I won't look around every time. Why Not Stop CEO and co-owner Ann Guthier. Ann?
Yeah.
Because it's Ann, I'm going to. Columbiana Foods co-owner Ron Graff Sr. Right here. Right behind you. Hello, Ron. Neiman Foods President Richard Neiman.
Right here, sir.
Hi, Richard. Piggy, well, that's a nice, right? Piggly Wiggly franchise owner. And that's a big company, too. It's actually a cute name. Kevin McDaniel. Where's Kevin? How is that name playing? Good?
Piggly Wiggly's doing great.
Piggly Wiggly. I've heard that, actually. That's great. Franchise owner, Kevin. So you met Kevin. And Food Fresh owner, Michael Gay.
Right
Food
here.
Fresh?
President.
Hi, Michael.
Right.
How are you, Michael? And this is a representative group of very large-scale retailers. Under the Biden administration, the so-called technology transition rule, which was crazy, forced companies to adopt specific high-cost refrigerants, massively driving up the price of transporting and storing refrigerants and various goods. Many grocery stores and restaurants had no choice but to replace their refrigerators entirely. They went out of business, half of them. And these costs rose. Americans faced higher grocery prices and reduced access to critical medical supplies. It was a very catastrophic thing that they did. At the same time, this rule also drove up the cost of living by forcing consumers to purchase higher cost residential air conditioning units. They went up very substantially in cost, and also they were going to be obsolete very quickly. It created national security risk by adding additional hurdles to the already complicated process of manufacturing semiconductors. So it was a mess. Likewise, the so-called emissions rule imposed crippling leak repair requirements on virtually all existing large-scale refrigeration systems, hurting consumers and small businesses, making it almost impossible for many small businesses to even buy inferior equipment. And this is all across the country. The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes. Today's reforms will deliver significant financial relief, saving American families and businesses more than $2.4 billion. Think of that, each year. Thanks to today's reforms, the American people have lower grocery prices, cheaper transportation of goods, lower costs of air conditioning, at no detriment at all to our country. Zero, including environmental detriment. My administration's historic deregulatory agenda has already saved our country an estimated $1.2 trillion. That's been done over a relatively short period of time. 1.2 trillion with a T. We're committed to fixing the and really completely ending Biden's disastrous regulatory policies and delivering financial relief to each and every American, which is what we're doing. This was a tremendous burden, a tremendous cost. These people had to live with it, not only refrigerants, but a lot more. And it was making the equipment unaffordable. And the actual benefit was nothing. It just made it worse. It made life worse, and it made it worse, and it drove up costs tremendously. So now I'd like to ask Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's absolutely fantastic. He's doing an incredible job. We're proud of you, Lee. Really, the job you're doing is incredible. Followed by Greg, Kevin, and Michael. Is that okay? Lee, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you know, many Americans were expressing a lot of frustration and anger of this rushed, frantic, reckless sprint by the Biden administration to phase out reliable equipment for grocery stores, for restaurants, and for homes. And the consequences, well, they've been devastating. And once again, the Trump administration is answering the call, which will lower the cost of living for hardworking American families. Now look at this chart to your far right. Today's actions are saving over $2.4 billion for American families. It's safeguarding 350,000 jobs. Just at supermarkets alone, we're going to see a savings of $800 million, which Americans will be able to see when they go and buy their food. The Biden EPA face planted when trying to jam through their restrictions. Americans who wanted to be able to fix their equipment were instead being required to buy far more costly new equipment, and that just doesn't make any sense. Refrigeration trucks were being handed impossible restrictions to meet. And once again, here we are in the Oval Office. President Trump is righting another wrong. At the Trump EPA, we are proudly implementing President Trump's agenda every single day and delivering for the American people.
Thank you, Lee, very much. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Lee. Look, on behalf of the Kroger Company, and we operate about 2,700 supermarkets, an orderly transition of equipment reduces both capital costs and operating costs. And at the end of the day, that's good for consumers because we're able to take that and put that into lowering prices, which is the key objectives that we have in our business. So thank you very much.
And you were able to save a lot of money and put it elsewhere by not having to do this ridiculous.
Exactly. So it allows us, instead of having to outlay more capital at a faster rate and more operating costs to change that equipment.
Or to replace a refrigerator that's working perfectly, right?
Yeah, so that allows us, you know, obviously these things have a lifespan, but an orderly transition allows us to move through that in a way which keeps the price of groceries down, and that's something that we're, you know, desperately focusing on, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. Next.
My name's Kevin McDaniel. We operate 14 Piggly Wiggly stores in North Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. On behalf of NGA, the Piggly Wiggly family, which has about 250 stores in the Southeast, we want to thank President Trump for rolling this terrible Biden legislation back, because without it, there would have been a lot of independents out of business. And what people don't realize is it's just not a refrigerant change. It was a equipment change. And those equipment per store, you take a store, our stores run from 25 to 50,000 square feet. You could look for $800,000 to $1.5 million per store to do a change out. That would have done.
The new equipment would not be as good as the old equipment.
No, absolutely not.
It would be inferior equipment because you weren't able to use a refrigerant.
It was thrown together too fast. The technology's not there yet. It's just way too fast. That's the problem. Good idea, but it's terrible. So you would have had all these independents go out of business. You'd had independents out of business, and you would have seen grocery prices soar. That's what would have happened if this would have went through. President Trump, thank you very much. On behalf of every independent in the United States, we cannot thank you enough for what you've done for us. Thank you so much.
I mean, just the bottom line is, so you have great equipment that works incredibly, takes care of your meats and foods and
connection isn't just physical, it's mental too. And that's actually why I wanted to share this. It's called Blue Chew Gold. What makes this one different is it's just not the focus on the physical side. It also supports mental arousal, so you're not just stuck in your head. And when you're not overthinking everything, you can just actually relax and be present, which honestly changes everything. If you want to feel that connection again, you can try Blue Chew Gold.
It's very beneficial that this happened today. It's much more complicated than anyone thinks, and to try to rush this through was just the wrong way to go. So we're very appreciative of you today.
Thank you. I have one grocer who's a friend of mine. He's pretty big, and he said, I'm going to go ahead of the schedule. And he actually replaced a lot of his equipment. He called me up. He said, this crap doesn't work. It doesn't cool the food. So you know about that, right? What a shame. Okay, would anybody, Kevin, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, sir, that this is part of your overall deregulatory agenda, and the big number, 1.2 trillion, is the savings so far, but we're going to be hitting that every year. And we're rolling back stuff that everywhere we look, there's stuff that's as awful as this. And I think that really one of the leaders has been Lee, because the EPA has been a holdup for so many years. But Lee is just out there saving Americans money. And right now, again, if you look at that number, it's $14,000 per family has been saved at reduced costs because of your deregulatory.
Do we agree that Lee is an MVP candidate? MVP. No, he's done a great job, and he sees what's good, and he's a big environmentalist. I mean, he wants to make sure everything's good, but he also sees stupid things like this. Senator, would you like to speak? Sure.
Well, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you for this, because this hits our goal of trying to keep prices low for working families in America. Cost of food. I have the Graff family here right behind it. They operate 3 grocery stores in Columbiana County. They had already upgraded their refrigeration systems a few years ago. This was going to cost them millions of more dollars in Columbiana County, which is not an affluent county. It has a grocery store in East Liverpool, Ohio, which is the hometown of the late great Lou Holtz. And these people, not only would it raise food costs, but it might force them to shut a grocery store down so that the town didn't even have a grocery store. So you're saving money for working families and their grocery prices. You're also saving grocery stores so that we don't have food deserts in rural places across our country.
Mr. President, I think it is so important that the people see what you choose to hang right by your desk, which is the Declaration of Independence, which is a reminder that government at its core is supposed to function in a way that allows people the opportunity to pursue happiness and not work against them by coming up with regulations that just make it harder to live, more expensive to live. And from day one, I remember standing with you with the same crew of folks. From day one, you have been digging into all of these regulations that are issued with no thought to how they affect real people.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. That was earlier today inside the Oval Office. President Trump rolling back some Biden-era EPA regulations. What we want to do now, though, is take it right outside Capitol Hill. We have lawmakers speaking to the media as they are about to have a couple of weeks off here. Let's listen in.
You know, their duty is to show up, at least vote, and they're not doing it. Americans are going to hold them accountable.
Do you have a concern about the weaponization fund?
No, I don't have the. In fact, they don't vote on it. It's a problem. In fact, they didn't. You know, I support it.
You do support it.
You support it without any guardrails. Do you think there should be rules about maybe members of the administration or the president's family tapping into that fund?
No. Look, all the good things he's doing, absolutely not. He puts the guardrails on there. So with what we've got going on now with Iran and everything else, no, I don't have any problems. The Senate's advocating the job.
What about January 6 riders? Should they have any access to those funds? People who assaulted police?
Look, January 6th is an issue that was made up in the first place.
People who were convicted of assaulting police.
Well, I know that. That was a staged thing from day one.
What about it was
staged? When you had police officers letting people in the building, when you had people that's not being prosecuted, Ray, I forget his name, there's no excuse for that.
Your colleagues, though, your Republican colleagues ran for their life and barricaded themselves in their chamber. Do you think they were acting?
No, there was a riot there, but it was a self-made riot by members who hate Trump. That was made up, in my opinion. Guy got to catch fly.
All right, roving cam right outside of the Capitol. We want to continue on with more lawmakers speaking out. Let's listen in.
They did go. Leader Thune said everybody go home. I mean, we got work to do. I got a markup here for the next several hours. I think the boss, the president, wanted this reconciliation package by June 1. Obviously, we let him down again. We continue letting down the leader of our party. And I think it's shameful. I mean, we have so much work to do, but we have a limited amount of time, and we keep dragging our feet. And where do you go from here? Well, I don't really think the issues are over here. The issues are on the other side of the road over there. They're the ones that seem like they can't get their act together. And I get it. You need 60 votes for most of this stuff. Reconciliation, you don't even need 60. You know that. So here we are now, and they went home. We got Memorial Day coming up. And now we don't have any votes tomorrow, so now we're going to go home. Everybody's going home, and we're not doing the job that we need to do to accomplish the goals and objective that the president has set forth. Right? The American people voted him to be the president of the United States, and we need to follow his lead. But we're not doing it. We're not doing it. And I think it's shameful.
What's your thoughts of Democrats making, about this women's museum and the language in it?
Well, I don't know about that. I voted for the women's museum. I mean, I don't know what's the problem with the women's museum. I mean, that just kind of makes sense. I mean, we should be able to get along. We had a great markup in transportation today. We actually got some rail safety, and I worked really hard with the vice president, and President Trump supports it. Everybody supports it. So we actually had some good work, some good bipartisan, work today on our surface reauthorization, and it's a big deal. So now we got some meaningful rail safety. Had to twist some arms, so to speak, but we got her done. So I was pleased today.
And with the word biological women, I guess what they had an issue with.
It definitely wasn't a winning week for Republicans because they, along with their counterparts, are going to be leaving Washington this week without approving a package that would fund immigration enforcement agencies within the Department of Homeland Security as tensions simmered over a recently announced $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund that could provide payouts to allies of President Donald Trump there. So let's right now continue to follow always the very latest. I want to bring in our next guest to help break it all down from the Washington Post, Meryl Cornfield, joining us now. Meryl, great to have you on. And this comes at a time where lawmakers, especially on the Republican side, are not going to be able to take a victory lap today.
This is a tough week for Republicans on the Hill, while at the same time, this is an exciting week for Republicans and Trump supporters who have been waiting for this fund to come and hoping for it, especially January 6th defendants. I spoke with a number of Trump allies who were eager to hear news about this fund this week. And, despite the contention on the Hill, they are really looking forward to the idea of getting compensation.
And why do you think Republicans thought that it would be, a slam dunk, easy to get this passed through?
I think a lot of Republicans, especially on the Senate side, are scratching their head. We learned about a meeting that Todd Blanche had today, the acting attorney general, with Senate Republicans, and he tried to quell concerns. But in the room, there was a lot of concern about the equipment questions about what this fund could look like. If you read the agreement, this is an agreement between the Trump administration and Trump Organization and Trump himself. And his son, Eric Trump, reaching an agreement based off of a lawsuit that the president had filed over his tax returns getting leaked during his first administration by a contractor at IRS. And this agreement would settle the lawsuit that he had brought, and it would create this fund. It's $1.8 billion, as you said, or technically 1.776 for the year of America's founding. And this, this kind of fund doesn't really, this agreement doesn't say who it would go to. It does say that there would be some sort of group of people in charge of distributing the money, but we don't know who those people are yet. And we don't know how they will decide what compensation will look like. So there's a lot of questions right now. And as I was calling people to ask them, are you interested in this? A lot of lawyers I talked to still want to figure out more details, but they said they are interested.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, what would the application process look like? I mean, would it say, please describe how you feel like you've been wronged by the government and explain, the date and time?
That's a great question, and a lot of people are wondering this. Traditionally, I've covered the federal government, and what has been the norm, though we are not living in normal times, has been that an agency would send OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, a request to create some sort of government form, and that'll list a bunch of questions, kind of like the questions you're talking about. How have you been wronged? How much compensation are you looking for? Will this play out that way? We are waiting to see what that looks like. We're also wondering how this pot of money will shape up. We can see in the agreement that the money will come from this kind of infinite sum that exists that the government can use to spend on settlements. It's called the Judgment Fund, and they will take that about 1.8 billion out of that pot, and then what happens to it after that point, we're definitely going to be watching to see.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I mean, does the government know maybe a rough estimate of just how many people might be, paid out, distributed here, or is this all, sort of just in the works right now?
I think there's definitely a question of who all can apply. When the Vice President, J.D. Vance, spoke to reporters earlier this week, he was asked about the kinds of people who might apply for this, and he said anyone could, Democrats or Republicans. But we know that there's very much interest forming among Trump allies, January 6 defendants, people who were prosecuted by the Biden administration, and those that contested the results of the 2020 election. And those are the people who are expecting to get part of these funds. And that could include hundreds of people. There was, hundreds of people who were prosecuted as part of the January 6 attack, and also many people who have been pardoned by Trump, who have, a good case to make that the president thinks that that the judicial system was weaponized against them.
It's definitely going to be something to track. We know you, Meryl, as well as the Washington Post will continue to do so. We appreciate all the updates along the way, and thanks so much for this one.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, let's keep on this right now, learning right now that Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican from Pennsylvania, and Tom Suozzi, a Democrat from New York, are working on legislation to kill the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization DOJ fund that could pay allies of President Donald Trump, per sources that they've drafted text and are taking steps to unveil soon. And talking right now to members of the media is Representative Suozzi. Let's listen in right now on Live Now.
Good for you. Down one step, sir.
I wanted to get Brian Fitzpatrick, but I don't know where he is.
Okay, we'll start.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Talk to us about the bill that you introduced with him today and what it would do.
I mean, the bottom line is that there's an abuse of power taking place that we've seen for a long time. But this one's so clear-cut that Brian and I thought it was important that we do something together and try and recruit some of our colleagues to help us, because the legislative branch has to exercise its power. And this is clear. This is power of the purse. This is appropriations. And they can't just say, I'm going to use these funds for this type of dramatically wrong purpose without the authorization of the legislative branch.
Have you spoken to leadership about this bill?
No.
What kind of reaction are you getting from your colleagues?
I think that people are interested in it. I mean, obviously most Democrats are, happy to sign on to something like this. We work on how to get a Noah's Ark where we get one Republican, one Democrat, one Republican, one Democrat. That's the challenge. And so this is just the beginning of the process. Thanks, man. And we hope that not only in the House, but in the Senate, the fact that they went home, this is a big part of why they went home. That in the ballroom. So,
if leadership won't take this to the floor, are you going to do another discharge petition?
That's always the last resort. I can't speak. Obviously Democrats are going to be willing to sign on to something like this. You have to get the Republicans willing to do it. So I can't speak for Brian. That's why I would like to have done this with him. But he'll say it's always a last resort. He wants to get it on the floor. He wants to solve this problem, and we have to socialize this with our colleagues to see who we can get to sign on with us.
How did this come together between you and him?
It was just something that we thought was outrageous, and we talked on the telephone and said we should do something. We started working on the bill, and we put it in today.
Based on the backlash you're seeing from Senate Republicans, does it make you a little more optimistic that House Republicans would be willing to sign on to something like this?
I think when everything's said and done, we have to recognize that if you talk to the American people, you talk to our constituents certainly, but even in polling and things you see in national polls, people are freaking out because of the cost of living. And they're really upset every time they go to the gas station and see the prices, every time they go to the grocery store, every time they open their utility bill, every time they have to pay their health insurance premiums. People are freaking out about how expensive everything is. And this is such an out-of-touch bill that the president would say, I'm going to take billions of dollars and put it in a special fund to take care of people that came here on January 6th and did some dramatically bad things. So I think that people are just fed up with that. And it's so out of touch with how people really feel these days. And, you know, we saw this even in the Biden administration when we're saying, hey, look at the stock market's doing great. The stock market's doing great. And unemployment's kind of low. People are like, hey, but I can't pay my bills. I can't go to the grocery store. I can't fill up my tank. My kids can't buy a house. That's what people are freaking out about. And this administration is acting like they're out of touch with that reality of how people are feeling. And this is just another manifestation of that.
And I'm so sorry if you answered this, but just get your thoughts on what took place with the Women's Museum.
We didn't talk about that. Listen, they changed the bill to make it very difficult for Democrats to support it. You know, of course we all want a women's museum, but they made amendments from what it was when people did support it. And then they lost their own Republicans who, you know, I don't know why they lost them. They probably lost their anti-museum in the first, on all museums, so that they lost those guys.
All right.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you so much,
I hope everybody's going to have a great day tomorrow. You're going to have the day off and you can get out for the weekend.
All right, Representative Swazi there speaking to the media on the anti-weaponization fund there and trying to get it removed from the DHS funding bill. All right, everyone, what we'll do is take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Always more to come in just moments on Live Now. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, taking you now back out live to Capitol Hill. We go out to the House floor right now where we continue to have lawmakers continuing to speak. Let's listen in.
Establishing processes and securing early policy wins. And in the past 2 years, she has successfully secured millions of dollars for community projects all across the district. She established the bipartisan Congressional Ferry Caucus, bringing attention to the importance of ferry systems across the country. Shanta supported my office's work on the House Oversight and Natural Resources Committees by bringing partners together around issues important to the people I represent. Beyond her policy work, Shanta has been an indispensable mentor to members of the team and to me. Much of Shanta's work happened behind the scenes and beyond regular office hours, and her impact will continue to be felt across Washington state for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I thank Shanta for her service to the people of Washington and wish her all the best in her next chapter, where she will, in fact, continue to serve the people of our Washington. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask speakers to address the chamber and rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Together in a bipartisan fashion, this chamber passed the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, the most significant update to rural housing programs in decades. I fought to make sure that my Rural Housing Service Reform Act was front and center in this package because in rural Iowa, the federal programs meant to help families buy, repair, or keep their home are running on technology that's almost as old as the internet itself, and families are paying the price. Iowa families are waiting in some cases up to a year for the U.S. Department of Agriculture's housing loan while rates and interest change and prices continue to rise. And those essential home repairs are capped so low they won't even cover a new roof or a plumbing repair. My legislation fixes this. It modernizes the broken USDA system, doubles the home repair loan limits, and preserves affordable housing that would otherwise disappear. And I'm proud this reflects the true American dream of home ownership. In fact, I worked across the aisle with my very good friend, Ranking Member Emanuel Cleaver, to write these reforms. If a Democrat from Kansas City will drive all the way to Iowa to help build a home, you know this is truly a bipartisan effort. And because of this bill, our families are in a better spot. Now I'm ready to go to work with the Senate and the President to get this signed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Supreme Court faces a crisis of confidence and legitimacy. From ethics scandals to overturning decades of precedents, Americans are demanding accountability from a court that has become partisan and completely disconnected from the public it serves. Congress must act. That's why today I rise to urge my colleagues to support the Robe Act, my constitutional amendment establishing 18-year term limits for Supreme Court justices. Lifetime appointments are outdated. They encourage presidents to nominate judges for generational influence, incentivize strategically timed retirement.
Thinking about owning a business but not sure where to start? With Real Property Management's proven franchise model, business ownership is more accessible than you think. Our experts can help guide you from startup financing options to operational coaching. Ready to build something of your own? Let's make it happen together.
More affordable housing for Oregonians and Americans across the country. The 21st Century Road to Housing package includes 3 of my bills, which will help build more houses, lower the cost of housing, and make sure homeless shelters have the support they need to offer emergency assistance. Mr. Speaker, let's be real. Americans are struggling. The cost of living is out of control, and people can barely afford to put gas in their car, let alone think about buying a house. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we must work to make life more affordable for our constituents. Now we have to move this legislation across the finish line. The Senate needs to pass these bills expeditiously so we can get them over to 1600 and make them law. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my...
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the life and memory of Enrique Roman Martinez. This year marks the 6th anniversary of his violent death. For 6 long years, Enrique's family has carried unimaginable pain while continuing to fight for answers and justice. To his family, Enrique was known for his kindness, integrity, commitment to serving our country in uniform. He deserves the opportunity to come home to his loved ones. Instead, his family was left mourning, devastated by the loss and searching for justice. And as we celebrate Memorial Day and honor those who serve our nation, we must also remember our responsibility to all of our service members and their families. Today, I stand with Enrique's mother, sisters, loved ones, and everyone who continues demanding accountability in his case. We owe them answers, transparency, action, and closure. Enrique's memory will continue to live on through those who loved him and throughout all of us who refuse to let his story fade. I urge witnesses to come forward. His murderer needs to be convicted. He needs to be held responsible for his death, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of the late Congressman Barney Frank. Barney Frank was a larger-than-life character. As a mentor and a friend, he made me a better lawmaker, and he made me laugh. My staff and I, representing the district that he faithfully served for 3 decades, will always treasure his stories, his encouragement, and his advice. He put his wit and wisdom to work over a remarkable political career. Barney pioneered policies to ensure equality for gay Americans at a time when it wasn't popular or safe to be an out lawmaker. He enacted landmark regulation to prevent financial meltdowns, and he championed affordable housing. The people of the Massachusetts 4th, who elected him 16 times, have always held great affection and esteem for Barney. We will miss him, and on behalf of all of his former constituents, I extend to his family and friends condolences for his death and gratitude for his life of service. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the sailors and crew of the USS Gerald R. Ford. They've returned home after the longest aircraft carrier deployment since the Vietnam War. For nearly 300 days, nearly 11 months, these Americans served halfway around the world, missing their families, carrying out every mission asked of them with discipline, courage, and professionalism. They endured combat operations, dangerous onboard conditions, and extraordinary strain on both ship and crew. We must also recognize the growing burden these extended operations place upon our sailors, our military families, and our nation. This deployment was repeatedly extended to support illegal and unconstitutional operations in Venezuela and Iran. Behind every extra month at sea are missed birthdays, holidays, exhausted crews, and families left waiting at home. Our sailors answered every call. We must swiftly end this expensive war of choice in Iran while honoring the service of the men and women of the Ford. We thank them and their families on this Memorial Day weekend for every sacrifice made throughout this costly war of choice and unnecessarily long deployment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, to be a champion for human rights around the world, the United States must stand for those who defend fundamental rights. One human rights defender who needs our help is Ruth Lopez, head of the anti-corruption unit of Cristasol, a legal rights group based until recently in El Salvador. 1 year ago this week, Ruth was detained by Salvadoran authorities. For most of this time, she's been held incommunicado, without access to family or legal counsel. Her arrest and judicial proceedings are full of irregularities. A judge refused her request for a public trial, siding with the government to keep it secret. Ruth is being targeted for political reasons by an autocratic regime. This is arbitrary detention, a human rights violation. She should not be in jail at all. We call on Salvadoran authorities to respect her right to a fair, speedy, and public trial and have access to her family and lawyers. I asked the U.S. Embassy to help Ruth. No response. I fear our government is siding with the abusers rather than the defenders of human rights. Free Ruth Lopez. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reveal a theft from the American people.
Donald Trump is stealing our money. At every turn, he's taking money from Americans' bank accounts to pad his pockets and those of his billionaire buddies. His tariffs, which were twice ruled illegal, cost the average working family of four $1,700 last year. At the gas pump, Americans have collectively paid an extra $40 billion to fuel up since the start of his war of choice with Iran. And Trump's latest grift? An over $1.7 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to pay off his cronies who have been convicted of crimes, including the dangerous felons who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Donald Trump is abusing power and weakening our democracy, and Republicans in Congress are complicit by refusing to act. Enough with the greed and the corruption. End the war, stop the chaos, and let's do something to lower costs for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week the president said he doesn't think much about Americans' finances. Well, families in Hawaii do. They think about it every time they fill up the tank, every time they open their electric bill, every time they stand in the grocery aisle deciding what they can afford. While Donald Trump wages a war of choice in Iran, pushes $1 billion slush fund for his buddies, and fights for a royal ballroom in the White House, working families back home are being forced to make impossible choices. Gas prices in Hawaii are now averaging $5.65 a gallon. Food prices keep climbing. Electricity costs are expected to surge even higher. Families are deciding whether they can afford groceries, medicine, rent, or the drive to work. This is the cost of indifference. And instead of lowering costs, this administration is making it worse with tariff and trade wars, blocking renewable energy projects that would help Hawaii build real energy independence and bring bills and costs down. It's time to end this reckless war, lower costs, and put our working people first. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the president has created an entirely corrupt slush fund to give money to his allies, including the violent attackers who beat police officers on January 6th. This is not a settlement, as the president keeps calling it. You can't bring an absurd $10 billion lawsuit against an agency in your own government, then instruct your lackeys at DOJ to make a deal with the other agency to drop your ridiculous lawsuit that you brought in the first place in exchange for a $1.7 billion illegal fund for payouts to your political allies. This is not a settlement, it's theft. The president is illegally taking our money, taxpayer dollars, to give to his friends, his allies, and his foot soldiers in their craven loyalty. Former Capitol Police officers have already filed a lawsuit to stop it. I'm co-sponsoring a bill to put an end to this disgusting illegal corruption. And let's be clear, Congress on both sides of the aisle must say no to this president. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember 3 victims of the shooting at the Islamic Center in San Diego, California. Amin Abdullah, Mansour Kazia, and Nadir Awad were ripped from their families far too soon, and I want to take a moment to remember these 3 men not as victims, but as pillars of their community, of my community. Amin is remembered as a joyous man who had never stopped smiling and welcomed everyone with a warm peace and presence. And this week he ran into the fire, saving hundreds of children. Mansour is remembered as an elder, and he was right there when the community center was first built and he was there this week when he died. And someone you could always rely on. Nadir is remembered as a constant figure of devotion and of community, and he lived right across the street from the masjid. And his wife taught school in the building. And I want to say that these men were taken away from the earth far too soon, and may God grant them for everlasting peace. Violence has no place in this country. Violence has no place in our places of worship. Amen. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize General Robert Dutko, whose impressive career of service in the Air National Guard spanned over 4 decades. General Dutko's military career began in 1954 when he enlisted in the New Jersey Air National Guard at McGuire Air Force Base, where he served with the 141st Fighter Bomber Squadron. After returning from active duty during the Berlin crisis, he held assignments at the Pentagon and was later appointed Assistant Adjutant General of the New Jersey Air National Guard. General Dutko was instrumental in the success of the Armed Services Heritage Museum, helping to secure the museum's mobile unit, sharing the history of the military with countless community members. He also shaped how his hometown honored service and sacrifice with his role in programs like Hometown Heroes, ensuring that the service of Ewing residents would be recognized in a meaningful way. Though we mourn the loss of the general last month, we will be celebrating his inspiring legacy and service for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the body, seek unanimous consent to objection for 1 minute, and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during Asian American History Month to honor the enduring constitutional victory of United States versus Wong Kim Ark, a case born not in marble hallways, but on the docks of San Francisco, where a young Chinese-American man born on American soil was told that the country of his birth would not claim him. Wong Kim Ark stood at the crossroads of exclusion and equality. His parents could not become citizens because of the Chinese Exclusion Acts of 1882. Yet he carried within him his very birth the promise of the 14th Amendment passed in 1868, that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction are citizens. The Supreme Court affirmed that promise in 1898, declaring that citizenship could not be denied by race, ancestry, or the prejudice of the hour. This case matters not only to Asian American history, but to American history. The 14th Amendment was written from the ashes of Dred Scott to make clear that no government could again create a caste of people born here but belonging nowhere. Wong Kim Ark reminds us that citizenship is not a favor. It is not a privilege reserved for the powerful. It is a constitutional birthright. And when America honors that truth, America honors its highest self. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I mean, that would make it a little easier. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the life of Marina Udelia Hopelman del Monte, the beloved mother of Assemblywoman Rosie Begoli, who passed away at the age of 77. Marina was the embodiment of strength, sacrifice, and quiet dignity. After immigrating from the Dominican Republic, she worked hard to build a better life for her family, and helped raise generations rooted in love, resilience, and service to others. Her legacy lives on through her daughters, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and through the values that she instilled in all who knew her.
Today, we mourn alongside Assemblywoman Rosie Bagoli and her family, and we honor a remarkable woman whose life reminds us of the extraordinary impact of mothers, immigrants, and caregivers in shaping our communities and our country. May Marina's memory forever be a blessing. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, all gave some, and many made the ultimate sacrifice. Memorial Day is a time to reflect upon the sacrifices made by the members of our military. To our veterans and fallen soldiers from Orange County and around the country, thank you. We are forever indebted to those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation's freedom.
All right, everyone, that is a live look there on the House floor, continuing to bring you those remarks. We'll get back to that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. But we want to go back to breaking news that we are continuing to follow within this last hour, learning the tragic and shocking news of the passing of Kyle Busch, dead at the age of 41. He is one of the most accomplished drivers in NASCAR history and one of the winningest active drivers in the sport. Just to name a few, he is a two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion back in 2015 and 2019. He also is the leader of 63 NASCAR Cup Series wins, still has that record, and then countless NASCAR Xfinity Series as well as Truck Series wins as well. This loss is devastating for the sport of NASCAR and really across the country of sports in general as well. I do want to bring in our next guest. He is joining us on the phone right now, Chris Myers with Fox Sports. Chris, thanks so much for joining us here on this very, very tragic news day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked like everybody else, stunned, and just the few people I've spoken to in the last hour or so, you know, in the NASCAR, the motorsports world, are totally devastated by this, because he won a truck race just 6 days ago, wasn't feeling well in a cup race, and then is checked into the hospital after having a bad cough that wouldn't go away, and now at the age of 41, his life is gone. I mean, he's a father, a husband, and one of the best drivers of our time. You mentioned some of the credentials. You know, a Las Vegas guy who, with his brother Kurt Busch, brought a lot of racing to the West Coast. He won the first ever Cup race that Toyota had won, of course, running now for Chevrolet, and in the midst of a career-long losing streak, but as a two-time champion and a guy, his wins are top 10 all time. He was on his way to the Hall of Fame, but still enjoyed racing, had a passion for it, and even though he had sometimes a polarizing figure, he was a very likable guy when you got to talk to him when he wasn't competing with somebody on the track.
Yeah, Chris, you nailed it there by saying, you know, he would often make, of course, headlines for winning the races, but sometimes he would make a lot of those headlines coming off the track and speaking to the media. What are some of your memories of interacting with Kyle Busch?
Well, I mean, he wasn't afraid. You know, NASCAR, you can listen in on our Fox broadcast, where on any of them, actually, the in-car radio, you know, be like listening into an NFL coach sending in a play to a quarterback and how they react. And so he would not be afraid to call somebody, you know, an a-hole or an SOB for cutting him off, and or going after his crew for, hey, we blew that pit stop, let's get it together. I can't, you know, I'm getting the most out of this car that I can. So his nickname Rowdy, I mean, that's how he was on the track. And he wasn't afraid to say things afterwards to the media about, you know, what happened. Like, what do you think? This guy's a jerk or whatever. And I like that about him. I can honestly say that, you know, in the coverage of all the years broadcasting NASCAR. It was his entire career. I mean, his first career win came at age 20, and you rattled off all the other successes. And he won in the championship in the Truck Series, the Saturday Series success, and then the two-time champ in the Cup Series. But he was likable in the fraternity and knew a lot about the sport. And I like that he always he would race on a dirt track. His 11-year-old son is into racing, and it's just so sad being the father of two. He's a good husband, and that they're dealing with this shocking story today. But he'll be remembered as a guy. They said that he could drive. He could go 3 wide all by himself, meaning that he could run on any track, anywhere, anytime, and get to any part of the track and get ahead of somebody to beat him, or what it would take to beat him. That's just the kind of guy he was. But this at this age is what makes. And there was we don't believe the early indication, no racing related from the past, and that's why you check into a hospital and all of a sudden you're gone, and we're still grappling with accepting the reality of the death of Kyle Busch.
Yeah, it just happened so fast. I mean, earlier today, we just learning the news that he would not participate in Charlotte this week at a huge race. And then, hours later, hearing the passing. Chris, I got to ask you about, for NASCAR fans, when we go back to seeing the tragic death of Dale Earnhardt, that was hard to see because you saw it and you knew what happened. This is going to hit fans, though, a little bit different because for Kyle Busch fans and really fans in general, there is no closure moment. You don't see, okay, this is the reason why he died.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's easier to watch it unfold on a track like Dale Earnhardt, which was, my goodness, 25 years ago, and the sport has become a lot safer. That's why I think it's important, and some speculated, was there a previous injury that maybe there was something CTE or something, because he said he wasn't feeling well on Sunday and wanted to be replaced, and then he went to a simulator and kind of collapsed, and then all of a sudden he's in the hospital, and this is sped right up. But he had been a tough driver. I remember, I think it was 20. In his early 2000s, he broke a leg and came back and raced eventually in that season. Ended up winning one of his 2 championships. So he was tough that way, but it was not. This seems like something, he was not. There was no indication that he was in any physical or danger, from any health issues. I mean, they have regular checkups, these guys, so they can race every week to make sure they're sharp, not only for their own safety, but the safety of the other drivers that are out on the track that they're competing against. So, whether there's closure or not, and that's why it's still really hard to accept for all of us, because we just saw him race last weekend and win a race, and then leave a race, and now he's left us for good.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Myers, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it, and so sorry for the loss for not only the fans, but the media that interacted with them so much.
Yeah, and thank you. And we'll have a special tribute to him on our Indy 500 coverage on Sunday on Fox in our pre-race show, because Tony Stewart and Danica Patrick will be on there as well, and they raced against the great Kyle Busch. So thank you for remembering him.
We will definitely be looking forward to that. Thanks so much, Chris. We appreciate it as always. All right, everyone, we want to continue to bring you this coverage. Devastating day in the world of NASCAR and racing fans everywhere. Hearing this headline, Kyle Busch dead at the age of 41. I want to bring in our next guest to help break down the career and really the longevity that Kyle Busch had, not only in Cup Series, but Xfinity, as well as the truck races as well. I want to bring in Bob Pockrass, Fox Sports NASCAR insider. And Bob, I'm so sorry for this day. I know you interacted with him countless times, and this has to be a hard day.
Yeah, it's a hard day for everybody in NASCAR. You talk about one of the greats of the sport. As Chris mentioned, won a race Friday in the trucks, raced in the All-Star event on Sunday, and then is hospitalized last night and passes today. And it's just really hard for people to understand, even in a sport where you're used to dealing with tragedy, and with this one, it just is It's tough. It's tough because everybody was looking at, hey, Kyle Busch still at 41 years old. Yes, he hadn't won in Cup for a couple of years, but everybody's just waiting for that moment where he would win again and help bring Richard Childress Racing back into glory.
Yeah, I mean, we look back to Daytona this year. He got the pole. And you think back to so many countless times, Bob. When I think about his career, I look back at that weekend back in 2017 in Bristol where he owned the weekend. He just owned it all when he just swept the races.
Yeah, I mean that's the competitor Kyle Busch, right? And when I think of him, I think of 2015. In Daytona, he gets injured, broken leg, broken ankle, misses 11 races, and comes back and wins relatively quickly, and goes on to win his first championship. And that was not an easy return in 11 weeks. You're talking about somebody who's so competitive and so wants to get back out there and race. And, he put in all the work and more that was required to get back in that car. And then to go back and perform pretty much as if he had never been out and win a title was just amazing.
Yeah, truly, truly was. And he was, amazing in so many different ways. They called him Rowdy for a way that he was able to not only handle the car, but handle maybe the media and other drivers around. What are some of your memories of interacting with him when he would give you those fresh sound bites?
Kyle Busch was one of those where you didn't know whether you were going to get a fresh soundbite or no soundbite, right? He was one of those, there were days where he was not in the mood and he would pretty much indicate that. But then there were many days where he did enjoy some of the banter, either with the media or trying to needle his competitors if he felt like he wanted to try to get under their skin. And he would give a little smirk and maybe a wink of the eye, and you knew that he was trying to send a message, and I think he probably enjoyed a lot of that back and forth. He enjoyed the competition both on and off the track.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And NASCAR, of course, this weekend is gearing up for their crown jewel race, the Charlotte 600. And what ways do you think, I know it's so early in this, but they have to be planning this already. What are some ways do you think NASCAR is going to honor them this whole weekend?
There's so many ways they could. I mean, you would certainly expect decals on the car. You would certainly expect a moment of silence. Do they do something special on the 8th lap or the 18th lap? The numbers that he carried for much of his Cup career. And you would expect that there could be some tributes to him, either painted in the grass or some signage in his memory. And it's certainly everybody's still trying to kind of determine just how much they can do in a few days in Charlotte, and the tributes aren't going to end in Charlotte. I can tell you that, because they're going to continue throughout this year and the years to come, because you're talking about one of the all-time greats, driver who is 9th on the Cup list of all-time winners and had more wins than anybody else in the O'Reilly and the Truck Series.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, I just reading your tweet from earlier when you shared the devastating news. I mean, my jaw just sank because I couldn't believe what I was reading and how everything just happened so fast here in this saga for him. Rushed to the hospital and now learning the death here. It's going to hit fans in so many ways.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're talking about the shock of gosh, you just saw him race. I talked to people who talked to him yesterday, and now he is gone. And then you're going to be at the racetrack this weekend, and you're used to seeing him race in at least twice, if not 3 times during a weekend, and you're not going to see him race at all. And to see, you're going to see Austin Hill. I assume still the plan is for him to race the RCR number 8, and it's just going to you're almost going to be just expecting to see him, right? You're still just so unreal, so like unbelievable that like you're like it's just it's going to be a hard weekend for many for sure.
Yeah, really, really will. Bob, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Very devastating news, but we appreciate your thoughts and insight as always.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, and we do want to now share just some of the condolences that are just pouring in right now from drivers like Brad Keselowski, putting this out on X saying, absolute shock, very hard to process, hug your loved ones. We have more rolling in right now that continuing just to think about. And then we have Denny Hamlin right here on X saying, absolutely cannot comprehend this news. We just need to think of his family during this time. We love you, KB. And then Trey Wallace putting this out saying, Kyle Busch was asked last weekend after winning the NASCAR truck race at Dover why these moments never get old. He said, because you never know when the last one is. Rest easy, KB. And then this is a statement that NASCAR put out saying our entire NASCAR family is heartbroken by the loss of Kyle Busch. A future Hall of Famer, Kyle was a rare talent, one who comes along once in a generation. He was fierce, he was passionate, he was immensely skilled, and he cared deeply about the sport and fans. Throughout a career that spanned more than 2 decades, Kyle set records in National Series wins, won championships at NASCAR's highest level, and fostered the next generation of drivers as an owner in the Truck Series. His sharp wit and competitive spirit sparked a deep emotional connection with race fans of every age, creating the proud and loyal Rowdy Nation. Our thoughts are with Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox, Kyle and Samantha's parents, Kurt, and all of Kyle's family, Richard and Judy Childress, everyone at Richard Childress Racing, his teammates, friends, and fans. NASCAR lost a giant of the sport today, far too soon. During this incredibly difficult time, we ask everyone to respect the family's privacy and continue to keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Further updates will be shared as appropriate. So that is some of the latest coming down on the tragic and fast passing of Kyle Busch. We will take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, some more insight and analysis on the life and career of Kyle Busch. We'll be back in 2. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. It is almost time to light that candle. We are 2 minutes away from the SpaceX Starship Flight 12 launch. Fueling was underway just moments ago, and now less than 2 minutes to go for this launch. Let's listen in to SpaceX play-by-play right now on Live Now.
A whole lot quicker.
Once again, if you've just joined us, this is the first flight for version 3 of Starship. The ship, which is the upper part, the black part there at the top, the booster, which is the part below that, have been completely redesigned, as well as the launch pad that you see it sitting at, as well as the engines that power both the ship and the booster. Today's test flight is a massive step forward in our developmental program.
All right, and we're coming up here on T-minus 1 minute. So let's go to the pad and let the rocket do the talking as V3 fully comes alive.
T-minus 1 minute.
All right, so we did hit the hold at T-minus 40. Again, this is something that is built into the timeline. Not surprising as we are doing this first flight off of pad 2. Sounds like we might already be clear. We held for a second just to make sure that the quick disconnect vents were basically ready for their final throwbacks. So we'll hang tight for a couple of seconds. I think we're about to reset, and the reset is in. Counting down, first flight of Starship V3. Psych, back to rapid recycle. All right, so hold here for a second. Looks like we're still managing some pressures in the ship. Quick disconnect. All right, still going to hang out for a couple of seconds here at T-minus 40. Again, not surprising. This is new vehicle, new pad, doing all these things for the very first time. Right now we are holding, looking at some pressures in the quick disconnect, and hold reset, and we're rolling.
Flight directors, go up to launch.
Back to rapid recycle, so we're going to hold at T-minus 40 again. Hang tight for a second, we'll see what tripped this last one. As a reminder, we can hang out for quite a few minutes at T-minus 40 if we need the extra time. You're not actively loading propellant onto the vehicle anymore, so the main thing you're kind of keeping an eye on is all of the temperatures inside those propellant tanks. All right, we're continuing to hang out here at T-minus 40. Team's taking a look right now at our diverter, so that water diverter underneath the system did trip a hold, but that basically just gives the team the chance to look at it, see if it's something that we need to troubleshoot in data or if it's something that we can clear this hold. So continuing to hang tight, T-minus 40 seconds. Starship and Super Heavy fully loaded on the pad. Clock is rolling.
T-minus 30, flight directors, go for launch.
Kick back to rapid recycle again. Again, just a reminder, set it before, new pad, new rocket, learning new things about this hardware performing in the flight environment. Taking a look at some of the sensors on the arm that manages the quick disconnect to the ship. The promise we're not just trying to prolong the anticipation. Team's taking a look. We've got a couple more minutes where we can hang out here. Again, it's not an unlimited time to pause at T-minus 40. We're keeping an eye on the propellant temperatures inside the vehicles. So we've got probably about 3 minutes or so left of hold time. Team's taking a look at the hold that tripped on that arm for the quick disconnect on the tower. Continuing to hold, got a couple minutes to try and clear this issue. Still holding T-minus 40, still troubleshooting this issue. Probably got about a minute or a minute and a half left of hold time. Flight control team confirms still working through the issue. Still have a short amount of hold time still remaining. Still holding T-minus 40. right, still continuing to hold here at T minus 40. While we do that, the team's looking at temperatures of the propellant inside those tanks. We kind of check that against simulations that we've run in the past. There's some margin in those. We're still holding, no decision yet. Sounding like we have the fix in place. Hold reset, clock is rolling. And we're back into rapid recycle. All right, we're back at our T minus 40 hold. Standing by to see what tripped us this time. All right, it is sounding like we are not going to be able to clear this issue in time today, so we are going to be standing down from a launch. So if you're just now joining us, we got the vehicle totally loaded. We hit a couple of different holds as we worked through that count. Again, new rocket, new pad. We're learning about a lot about these systems as we execute them for the first time, and we're not able to basically troubleshoot all of these issues in those final seconds to get to launch. But that essentially makes this a wet dress rehearsal. We were able to fully load the vehicles, and we're going to take the time now, figure out what tripped us up before launch, and then actually get into a flight tomorrow. We do have the ability to essentially rapidly recycle. We are expecting to be able to make another flight attempt tomorrow, but obviously stay tuned to our social media at SpaceX on X and our website, spacex.com, for updates. So no flight today. We will give it another try tomorrow.
All right, so maybe tomorrow will be the day there. You hate to see it there. Close, all close had to 0 seconds there, about 40 seconds. They had to have multiple holds and just going to make it happen today. But they will try again tomorrow for this new spacecraft. And of course, we will bring you the coverage tomorrow as well. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, taking you now out live to the Capitol on the House floor. We take you to the remarks by Arizona Republican David Schweikert speaking right now. Let's listen in.
The laws, the rules, the mechanisms, the reimbursements. Is this place willing to do the hard things? And let me give you a conceptual, let's just walk through one simple conceptual idea. We did a research project a year ago just on duplicative scans. You got an MRI, you got an X-ray, you got an ultrasound, you got a CT. And the top end of the number was almost $35 billion in the United States in a year. So you hurt your knee skiing. You go to the town, you get an MRI of your knee, they send it, you go back to your home community a week later, and they do it again. Instead of attaching that scan to this, done a piece of legislation saying, hey, when you can, you attach the scan to an app or something so it's portable with you. That didn't cut your service. That didn't make you less healthy. It just potentially saved $35 billion a year, over almost $400 billion over 10 years. Is that bill ever going to get a hearing? The next day, I had lobbyists walking up and down the hallways here saying, David, you don't understand. Those duplicative scans are our profit margin. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of ideas and things we've scored and pieces of legislation to revolutionize the cost of government. But it turns out here's the fraud about talking about fraud. And please, someone quote me on this and attack me on it. Members of Congress, both on the left and the right, we want free options. Oh, it was fraud from a foreigner. That way there's no constituents, there's no lobbyists, there's no one in our home districts making money on it. But if you actually read the documents from our auditors, from MedPAC, from others that are doing their work, we know where there's hundreds of billions of dollars. Problem is that money has constituents. There's people that make their living on it. They cover their investments on it. Look at how many times a handful of us have tried to provide options in healthcare, but it would change your business model. And the next day, we get the crap kicked out of us. I worked on telehealth for years and years and years, was never going to get a hearing on it. Because groups that made their money having you walk into their urgent care center, walk into their emergency room, would spend whatever was necessary to stop it. The only reason you have telehealth today is COVID, and it's still getting dialed back. Access to that digital health. The fact of the matter is today, you can wear a medical lab on you. Look, the Apple Watch, the newest version of the Apple Watch, is an FDA-approved medical device for the heart. As that technology gets better and better and FDA approves more things, should that technology be allowed to prescribe? If it's statistically competent, yes, no. It would help crash the price of healthcare. It would help dramatically raise access to healthcare. You know, as we provide digital health and the ability to have communication, Wi-Fi, those things, broadband in most rural parts of our country, you could have a revolution in access to healthcare, and there'll be lobbyists in this hallway tomorrow trying to stop and being angry because I even talked about this. Everything here has become about the money. So remember, when you think about the pie chart of federal budgets and spending, your members of Congress are only voting on 25% of it. The rest of it is a formula. Interest now is the #2 expense in government. Medicare is going to double in spending over the next 6-7 years. It's demographics. Next year, we will have fewer 18-year-olds than we have, I think, 20 years ago, but double the number of 65 and up. In 28, 29 months, over half of our federal spending will go to our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up. And I'll be one of them. And we're going to do what? And we're going to do what? We're going to just make more promises? We're going to run more fake. We're going to balance the budget bill with no plans. So let's actually walk through a couple things that are also really uncomfortable. Debt financing costs double in 10 years. This is already where we're at. So the CBO baseline budget from last February had in 9 budget years, the U.S. debt, now this is before the movement in interest rates, this is even before some of the additional spending proposals that have come up. In 9 years, U.S. debt, borrowing, will be $3.1 trillion. Mr. Speaker, think about this point. $2.1 trillion of that borrowing in 9 budget years, 10 years from now, is just interest. $1 trillion is the structural debt. The other $2.1 trillion is just interest coverage. What's happened just in the movement of our bond markets in the last couple months, if this is the new benchmark for interest rates, could even come down. We're up about, what, 70 basis points since the low in February? That's over $2 trillion of additional interest over the 10 years. I know, it's math. We're supposed to tell stories about, crazy things or bad people or, illegal immigrants. This is what's going to take down our republic. This is what's going to destroy your retirement. This is what's going to take my 3-year-old and make my kids the first generation that truly lives poorer than their parents. So let's walk through just a little more fun with charts and math. Just for the fun of it, come here. We're up over 60 basis points. We're actually closer to 70, but let's use 60 because some of the interest rates went back a little bit today. And we say it over 10 years, that's over $2 trillion on today's projected budget and spending and current debt. Now, if we plus up defense, if we plus up other things, that number gets even uglier. But right now, just structurally, it's called interest fragility. And I'm sorry, if someone's watching, you have a better word for it that's not so complicated, because the other day I was at a meeting and I had to explain fragility. The bond market is about to run this country. And when small movements of interest rates, when carried out over the decade, are a couple trillion additional interest, doesn't this freak out anyone? So look, I was going to bring a bunch of charts and show, hey, here's the sensitivity to interest rates. Here's what's going on. We habitually attack Congressional Budget Office when they tell us things we don't like. Turns out, when actually looking at the projections and what's happening, CBO has actually been most accurate. The House Budget Resolution, second most accurate. O&B, a little too optimistic. And that's on the 10-year. When we look at it on even looking at the 3-month, same thing. But there's only a couple other points I want to make here. Average interest rates by security type. And you go, who cares? This year, our government will have to refinance almost $11 trillion. Okay? We're going to borrow about $2 trillion, let's call it virgin, new issuances. But here's remember that big word, interest fragility? I'm going to show you a chart here in a moment where a bunch of what we do, there's these things called notes and bonds, and they actually they're just names for different durations. But a bunch of our debt, we keep very short. Now, that's actually what the Federal Reserve also does have an impact on the Fed's funds rates. But the 2-year right now is over 4%. And guess what? We have a whole bunch of our debt that every 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, we have to come back to the market and refinance. So if something goes haywire during that time, we're subject to that. I think last year and the year before that, we had 3-4 months where we had to borrow money to have enough money to cover our borrowing. Now, yes, tax receipts are cyclical. You have, because we're an income tax-based government. The reason I show this is these right here are notes. This is basically debt from, think of it as from 5 years to 10 years. But you see this big thing here, bills, 21% of our debt. That's all short term. That's coming to market, coming to market, coming to market, because it rolls off, you got to refinance, rolls off, you got to refinance, rolls off. When you have this much, it's short. Bonds here are over 10. But even today, Mr. Speaker, the 30-year bond, the 20-year bond, remember 20 is sort of a stepchild, so it often has a bit of a premium on it. The 30-year, I think, was coming in at 4.1, 4.16, something like that. It's been a day or so since I looked at it. Do you care about your mortgage rate? Well, what is it? 30-year conforming home loans now are over, what, 6.5? You want lower interest rates. You want an economy that has more capital for plant and equipment and new technology and new jobs to make us more productive so we can raise wages. You can't have a government that chews up every damn dime. A child born today, and I know I've said this over and over, and I'm waiting for the moment. The reason I keep saying it is no one seems to care enough to say, well, David, that number scared the crap out of me. A child born today, Mr. Speaker, you need 104% of that child's lifetime income just to pay federal government pensions. Is that Republican or Democrat? I would just say it's absolutely immoral. And we're going to squander one of our reconciliation budgets. Reconciliation budget is a way to get around the filibuster in the Senate. It has all sorts of rules because it's from the 1974 Budget Control Act. Okay. I understand we got to get the final portion of the DHS budget through, and I know we're having all sorts of fights on it, but why would we do something simply moral on it and say, we have dozens of ideas and bills that don't take away people's services, but could help us at least try to convince the bond markets we're paying attention to the debt and actually cut the waste and fraud and cut some of the spending and realign some of the programs where we can make people's lives better. But that would be hard, and we'd have to say no to a bunch of lobbyists. And we're scared to death to do it. And so those of you with kids, give them a hug tonight and apologize to them for me, as I'm going to do with my 3-year-old, which graduated the first part of preschool today, of what I've done to his economic future. But these numbers are so ugly. We've also done it to your retirement. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go find some other place to be angry. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Actually, I think I can make a privileged request. Do you need me to close?
Possible we might be having a little bit of a lull on the House floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that the House do stand adjourned.
All right, let's listen. They're adjourning, it sounds like.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, the House stands adjourned. The slate up on your screen is what we'll be tracking tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. A live look at the Capitol on this Thursday evening, approaching 8 p.m. on the East Coast. A live look at the White House as well. Moving on up to New York City as the sun is going down over the Big Apple. A grainy and slightly blue Lady Liberty, as well as a wider look at the New York City skyline. A lot of different headlines that we've been tracking here at Live Now. Of course, we've been following so closely any and all headlines relating to your Memorial Day weekend. That always includes travel, and Fox's Grady Trimble has a look at Memorial Day weekend travel ahead of this weekend.
Memorial Day weekend travel is expected to be slightly up from last year. AAA predicting a record-breaking 45 million people will be traveling at least 50 miles for the holiday between Thursday and Monday. That's up from 44.8 million last year. Driving is the most popular way to get around this weekend, with more than 39 million people expected to hit the roads. That's up 100,000 from last year.
Traveling upstate to the Catskills. We're going to leave tonight at 10 o'clock. Even though it's going to bring us up there about 2 in the morning, it should alleviate the traffic ride.
The afternoons will likely be the worst time to drive. The best time? After 9 p.m. Eastern.
We might not leave until tomorrow night. I guess it's sort of a guessing game.
Gas prices are higher than last year, when the national average for a regular gallon of gas on Memorial Day was $3.18. Current pump prices are the highest they've been since the summer of 2022, sitting at a national average of $4.56. Meanwhile, the TSA says it's ready for the surge of travelers heading to the nation's airports.
TSA is going to maintain robust security oversight. The traveling population can expect a more seamless, smooth, secure experience.
AAA is predicting around 3.7 million people will fly to their destination this weekend. They say average ticket prices were lower than last year if you booked early before rising jet fuel prices. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Okay. Around this time of night, we have been dipping into Fox 11 Los Angeles' newscast because for a majority of the week, we have been following large brush fires in Southern California. There's one in Simi Valley, there was one in Riverside County, and firefighters continue to contain those blazes. But one method of fighting fires is through using wildlife. It's a bizarre concept, but it's a real concept, and it's in use right now. The use of goats to eat vegetation in wildland areas in order to mitigate the risk of fuel being out in those hills and in those forests, fuel for those fires to burn. Let's get out to Alex McCullum in Montana with a look at these goats. Let's watch.
They reduce the fire fuels. They eat the noxious weeds. There's many things that's going on there that a typical eye can't really see.
J.K. Kinsey started Ohana Goats about 5 years ago after using goats to mow down weeds on his own property in southeast Montana. He was inspired by a rancher he met in Arizona who had lost 2 grandchildren to leukemia, attributing it to herbicide exposure.
When I got back home, I started buying goats, and to mitigate those weeds, and I kind of felt a message from God that was the path I needed to go.
Now, Ohana Goats travels the country helping landowners remove fire fuels and weeds, but sometimes they're also interested in cameras and tripods. Under JK's supervision and with some help from guard dogs and herding dogs, the goats not only graze but provide nutrients too.
If you spray chemicals on noxious weeds, it can damage the microbes that are in the soil, and so the goats regenerate all that. And also, so like this particular area, there's rocks out there that are hidden, so machinery is not really an option.
Each year the business has grown. JK even took the goats to the Grand Canyon last year, where they spent 3 months chowing down on wildfire fuels. For a property this size, the goat paddock moves around every few days. These goats were on this side of the fence yesterday and that side of the fence today. You can see by comparing just how much grass they were able to mow down.
Typically, it's 3 days per acre for this particular herd.
The Ohana herd will continue working throughout the wildfire season to help landowners protect their property. Reporting in Sheridan, I'm Alex McCollum, Nonstop Local.
We do appreciate our partners at stations across the country, including in Montana, for bringing us these stories. We have, of course, been tracking some of the wildfires. We don't have any live images depicting the fires themselves right now. But if we hear of any significant updates on containment numbers out west, that's something that we'll bring you as soon as we hear any of those details. Sticking in the Northeast, though, for a moment, as we take a live look at Washington, D.C., of course, we've been waiting for any significant news coming out of the Middle East as well. President Trump, the Iranians, and the mediating countries, which most reports point to Pakistan still leading the mediations, but a number of other countries also working to mediate the peace talks. We still don't have a clear picture as to where the peace talks stand tonight. We will be tracking over the weekend and tomorrow to see if any significant news comes out of those discussions. I'm also keeping an eye. I'm just kind of looking at my periphery here. It looks like Fox 11 Los Angeles, it's like their helicopter is in the sky right now. And I can't say I have any certainty as to what exactly they might be looking at, but they had their speedometer up for a moment there. I was kind of curious to see if maybe they were trying to track a police chase, but it looks like they're zooming in on some sort of traffic situation there. So it's time for us here at Live now to take our first break of the hour. I'm Austin Westfall. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We're awaiting President Trump to sign an executive order that has to do with safeguarding AI on a federal level. Let's get out to Fox's Caroline Shively. She has a look at Trump's AI executive order. It was reportedly postponed today. Let's watch.
It will touch every profession, every classroom, every hospital.
University of Arizona graduates left no doubt about their opinion on artificial intelligence this week at a commencement speech by former Google CEO Eric Schmidt.
There is a fear.
They're worried about the technology eliminating jobs, like the 8,000 lost at Meta on Wednesday as the company pivots to AI. On Thursday, President Trump canceled a signing ceremony for an order that would grant the government the power to review artificial intelligence models before their public release.
We're leading China, we're leading everybody, and I don't want to do anything that's going to get in the way of that lead.
There's been a growing unease among banks, utilities, and other companies who are worried about new AI models being able to find vulnerabilities in their software. But industry leaders argue the government needs to foster competition, not stifle it.
Abundant intelligence is here. It's not coming, it's here right now. Intelligence is becoming infrastructure.
As for those entry-level job seekers worried about their future,
the young people who are graduating from school today are the best users of AI because they grew up in that era. When you're a great user of AI, you're going to be highly employable.
Tech giant Cisco is also cutting 4,000 jobs, citing AI spending as a priority. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right. Of course, the White House is going to be mulling over how and what the guardrails are going to look like. I've got a lot of questions about this. California, by the way, also with an AI executive order earlier today. My question is, how important is California's order, and what do we expect from the eventual federal order that President Trump will sign? Let's ask Daniel Fagella. He's the CEO and the head of research at Emerge AI Research. Okay, so Daniel, since it's such a large economy and such a major AI hub, does an executive order in California become a national standard in practice, even if it technically only applies to contracts in California?
I don't know. I mean, I certainly think it is a portent for the kinds of sentiment we'll see bubble up elsewhere. It's a canary in the coal mine for what responses to this kind of thing might be. I now live in Austin, Texas, where I don't think we're necessarily going to be feeling like this is going to rattle down to all of our companies next week by any means. I mean, some people moved down there for that reason. So is it in the wind of like, okay, as things roll out and maybe the job disruption gets more intense, this might be a template that gets followed? I think people are feeling that. Is anybody necessarily worried it's going to wipe its way from California to Delaware, in the next 3 or 4 months? I don't think anybody's feeling that today.
So, as I mentioned at the top, let's talk about California Governor Gavin Newsom. He signed a new executive order to mitigate potential mass job displacement caused by AI. Newsom is basically ordering state agencies to study how AI can be used to help employees instead of replace those employees. When we kind of unpack that, and let's look at this in the long term if we can, Daniel. So, in time, how could California's order protect workers in the state?
Yeah, look, I think, I'll give you a little bit of optimism, and then I'll also just give you what I think realistically we got to be looking at very squarely here. So on the optimistic side, I think it is prescient to study patterns of AI displacement as they emerge. And use that as a bit of a bellwether for other areas where we might need to do more retraining or rethinking of workflows and things along those lines. Now, there's going to be political incentives to tilt that, because someone will say, oh, those jobs were not displaced by AI, because if you get punished when you do job displacement for AI, people are going to label it whatever they want to label it, right? Just like if you can get free COVID money by saying, I didn't make a lot of profit last year because of COVID, you'll do that. So there might be some willy-nilliness in the data, but I think in principle, that seems net beneficial. And I think hopefully that'll make its way across, the Western world, maybe in the world broadly, and we'll be able to kind of reorient people a little bit more swiftly. So that seems useful. Will government-provided training necessarily be the best tenacious, training ground to get people ready for this wildly fast state of nature, AI augmented working world we're going to be entering, I'm much more pessimistic about that. So the kind of training side of the benefits that they're purporting, I don't suspect the government is going to be the best there. The protecting of providing of benefits, for example, when people are displaced by AI, again, we should expect to see that manipulated. If you could put somebody on guard and leave and they get some more government money, if you call it AI, maybe it's like, hey, Steve, maybe you don't want to file that lawsuit. We're going to say we AI automated you. Why don't you just, sit on your butt for 6 months? You're going to get some free dollars. Okay, no lawsuit here. So there's going to be all kinds of manipulation. But I do think that tech will be so powerful that we may need a little bit of that buffer. I'm not a big UBI person. I think there's a lot of spooky factors there. But to be frank, Austin, I look out and I say, you said long term. In the near term, people are going to have to fight to find where their human brain can do work that the global brain or the business-sized brain hasn't dominated yet. But they're mostly going to be feeding that same global brain, which will soon be able to do that work, and they will have to find new vistas. There are not an unlimited number of vistas for the vast majority of people. And I do think at some point we run out of some of that stuff. That's a real concern, Austin.
I want to ask you about startups. For smaller AI startups, does this order in California, in your opinion, create a useful roadmap for responsible AI, or does it raise the cost of competing with the big tech companies?
Yeah, right now, at least in so much as I understand the present order and what I've grasped of it, it doesn't feel to me as though this is positioning big tech necessarily over startups. On your roadmap question, it isn't quite a roadmap. It is possible. I'll give you a hypothetical. Let us say that at a national level, certain kinds of job automation are really brutally kind of punished. Like, oh, you don't want to lay off those call center folks because that fits under, AI law ABQ. Maybe if there become hard financial implications for which things are easier or harder to automate away within enterprise, people are going to gamify it anyway. But if that occurs, there will be startups that start to bend themselves more towards the workflows where they could productively get their job done, because they know I can't sell this to this business, because if they use my tech and they need a third of the people to do that whole underwriting department, they're going to have to pay the same amount in taxes for this extra AI tax. So I'm not even going to sell that benefit anymore. So it's less of a roadmap for responsible AI and more of an incentive system to tilt them on what problems they're going to work on. But I don't think it quite has enough teeth to be defining any startups today. In terms of, does it make it harder to compete with the bigger guys? I don't think so. At least as I've read it, it seems as though the name of the game is more going to be putting tension on the bigger enterprise companies, which will include big tech and will include the larger, stodgier enterprises. I think the company with 40 employees that just raised some venture out in Mountain View, I don't think they're going to be scrutinized the same way, GlaxoSmithKline or Facebook is going to be scrutinized. So I don't see it necessarily now as a deterrent to startup competitiveness either, per se.
So California's order, let's just talk about the government services piece of this. California's order, It talks about using vetted generative AI to improve government services. What types of services, in the traditional sense, could generative AI help us with?
Man, I look, the term vetted probably just is kind of maybe politically left coded as like not bad or something like that. And then generative AI, many of the use cases, if I think about government, figuring out, is this ID real and should I be able to get a driver's license based on this data that was entered, or being able to search through databases and figure out if this person that filed, for this kind of insurance or whatever, or has this kind of a mortgage is the same as this other person, if that could be some sort of, tax fraud or something like that. A lot of that would be done with AI that's not generative at all. So if I think about where could AI be fruitfully applied in the government in like the paperwork sense, a lot of that's not Gen AI. So their use of the word Gen AI there feels overly ambitious for government AI adoption, frankly, because public sector adoption has been abysmal. And even in the military, nobody's super duper happy about where we're at. Never mind, like, Department of Transportation or something. So I think the word Gen AI is ambitious, not indicative of what they're going to use. Where could AI writ large be used? I think it would be automating a lot of the gobbledygook paperwork processes, the searching through multiple databases, and sort of more back office automation stuff. But is the government even going to apply those kinds of technologies if it meant, and in their case, is probably reducing a ton of bloat, a ton of probably almost certainly unnecessary bloat. I don't even know if they're going to use it. So it feels like buzzword soup to me. Maybe it'll have implications, maybe not.
So let's talk about like watermarking. There was a piece of the California executive order that talked about watermarking AI-generated videos and photos. I can't tell you how many times I or somebody that I know has sent a link or you see something on social media, and at first you think to yourself, oh my gosh, that's extraordinary. And then it turns out, yeah, it is. It's extraordinary because it was generated by AI. And the order includes, and I'm just going to read this, the order includes guidance around watermarking AI-generated or manipulated images and videos. How much can watermarking really help people trust what they're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some cutting edge stuff here. I mean, there's going to have to be, we're going to have to do the same kind of things for audio and video, never mind just for images. Potentially, there's going to have to be some caveats around text. I would say, in spirit, this is a necessary shift in some level. Now, is it going to be executed well? I can't promise. And I think there's an arms race here, Austin, between those doing watermarking, like finding, hidden ways to sort of make sure we can tell if this is AI generated, and those that are trying to create things that are not detectable that they're AI generated. That's an arms race that's ongoing. That there's probably folks that can speak to the nuanced technical elements of that. But at a conceptual level, we are entering a world, Austin. So images, video, sound used to be artifacts of things that really happened. That's basically what they were for the most part, outside of art, which normally would be pretty easily discernible as, an oil painting or a sculpture or something. We're now entering a world where the preponderance of what many people will see on a day-to-day, like right now, it's a small fraction, Austin, those images you talked about where you kind of get fooled. At some point, most of what you snap your fingers, you want to watch a funny video, it's not going to be something somebody created. It'll be conjured for you. So we're going to be swimming in primarily audio video that is not an artifact of the real world. When that's true, some degree of teaser as to what is real, what is not in any kind of medium and media that comes to us needs to be discerned. And so, we can expect Google and Facebook and some of these others, Twitter already has kind of made by AI when they detect something's been used by AI. We need that layer. Will the government get it right the first time? I doubt it. Is it directionally where we have to go when people are going to be swimming in programmatically generated worlds, in many cases with the majority of their waking hours and the majority of their media input? I absolutely think so, Austin.
Let's talk about the White House angle of this before we go. Time will tell exactly what President Trump's AI executive order will entail. We'll, of course, keep the audience posted once we hear more about it. But President Trump said that he did not want his AI order, and this was a piece of the reason why it was postponed today. He said he didn't want the order to get in the way of America's lead over China. Would you agree that America is in the lead over China on AI right now?
I think so. I don't spend most of my time there. I was in Shanghai in September as of last year. If we look at what's sort of going on, it's somewhat clear that they're playing catch up on a couple different fronts. I think they might be better than us at energy generation and some other elements. I think that the real screaming edge of sort of hardware, software, and certainly where the talent born outside of China wants to live, and frankly, even a lot of the talent born in China wants to live, it's sort of California more so than Beijing. So I think from a talent standpoint, from a hardware, software, innovation, speed standpoint, I think we do have some serious advantages. We certainly can't rest on our laurels, and I hope, and I think there are many people who are neither war hawks nor AI risk deniers who would sort of hope that we can both maintain an advantage that's sturdy, but also eventually build some knitted coordination with China as this technology gets much more powerful than people. And I think in military and economic context, we're not that far from that. So if we want to keep fighting for the edge, great. But I hope this administration or the future one will be able to also have some coordination and shared governance around the tech that we think could be especially dangerous.
Man, conversation can go on and on and on. There's so much to discuss about it, Daniel. We'll check in soon. Appreciate the time today. Take care.
Absolutely.
Yep. A live look at the White House just past 8:30 in the nation's capital. Let's hit a quick break. Back in a moment. The Senate will more than likely be leaving town without reaching an agreement on a budget package that would fund immigration enforcement agencies within the Department of Homeland Security. A live look at Capitol Hill just past 8:45 on the East Coast. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer taking to the briefing room, he and other Democratic lawmakers taking to the podium, talking about some of the infighting that we've been seeing on the GOP side earlier today. Schumer and others speaking on this earlier today. Let's watch.
I'm pleased to be joined by my colleagues, Senators Durbin, Merkley, Schatz, and Blunt-Rochester. And good afternoon. So this afternoon, Republicans, so divided, so dysfunctional, so disorganized, are fleeing Washington. Their majority can't melt down fast enough. Not when Americans' financial situation is melting down every day. Republicans are in complete disarray. They're at each other's throats, and the American people are suffering for it. Republicans are divided over things that Americans don't want, but Democrats are united around things that the people do want. For us to lower their costs, rein in the chaos, fight the corruption that is endemic to this administration. Republicans have tied themselves up in knots and torn each other to shreds over Trump's brazenly corrupt slush fund for his billionaire cronies and January 6th insurrectionists. They have soiled their reputation by fighting to fund Trump's billion-dollar ballroom at taxpayer expense. And all the while, Republicans haven't lifted a finger to lower Americans' costs. Trapped in a corner by their own president, Republicans have their backs to the wall with no way out, nowhere to hide, no end in sight. The only way for Republicans to get out of this box is to stop backing the slush fund, stop pushing the ballroom, and as soon as we get back, join Democrats in fighting to lower Americans' costs on health care, on housing, on power, on child care, and on so much else, and to join us in fighting the corruption that Trump just revels in. Republicans are in retreat, but Democrats are moving full steam ahead to fight Trump's costs, chaos, corruption. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chuck. Is it possible on May 21st, 2026, the Republicans finally found an ethical bridge too far? I wonder, could it have been that golden ballroom for $1 billion that was supposed to be freebie that Mar-a-Lago golf buddies were going to pitch in for? Or perhaps it was this incredible slush fund. I don't know quite what to call it. It was a Capitol Police Cop Beaters Relief Fund, so that those who were convicted of assaulting the Capitol and their violent attacks will get a special premium payment by this slush fund. Maybe that was the bridge too far. I'm not sure we'll ever find out. This much we know. When the Republicans return home this weekend, as we do, they're going to find that the American people are sick and tired of this baloney. They want to get down to basics. Gasoline at $5.49 a gallon in Chicago, that's what it was when I left. Grocery prices up, utility prices up, rent prices up, and nothing from the Republicans and nothing from Trump to help these families. That's the real message of today.
Thank you. Senator Merkley.
This battle over the reconciliation bill is all about costs, chaos, and corruption. Costs, $70 billion, and not a penny going to health care, housing, education, helping people with the price of gas at the pump, nothing that American families are suffering from. $70 billion. And let's talk about chaos. Not a single common sense reform for ICE or CBP, who have been acting like secret police, terrorizing communities across this country. And then corruption. Well, certainly the $1 billion for a ballroom boondoggle worthy of Louis XIV, but totally inappropriate in a democratic republic, that's certainly corruption. But this settlement in which Trump sues his own administration and his former defense lawyer serving as acting attorney general proceeds to say, I know what, I'll give you $1.8 billion to hand out to whomever you want. I mean, that is really a world record in self-dealing. Think about any other country in the world where you've read about corruption. Have you read about a president giving himself $1.8 billion to hand out to his friends? I mean, all of this, finally, appears to be too much for our colleagues across the aisle. We are hoping that they will join us in tackling the issues that families face across this country, join us in tackling the misbehavior of ICE and CBP, and join us in taking on this profound level of corruption that has known no equal in our entire 2 centuries plus of history, and probably no equal anywhere in the world.
Senator Schatz.
Jeff's got a plane. People are really struggling out there. They can't afford their health care. They can't afford their utility bills. They can't afford to fill their gas tank. They can't afford their mortgage. They can't afford their rent. And you would think that if the political party in charge has basically 2 golden tickets to pass major legislation through this process, that they would prioritize making life more affordable for their constituents. But instead, they want to quadruple the size of ICE, they want to build a ballroom, and they want to provide compensation for the people that stormed this Capitol and beat up cops. And so don't let anybody tell you there's not enough money in the United States of America. What they are telling you is that there is enough money for a ballroom. There is enough money to pay off their friends and violent insurrectionists. There is enough money to quadruple the size of ICE. There's enough money to start multiple regime change wars. What they are telling you is that there's not enough money for you.
Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Chuck. You know, today in this very present moment, this is actually a victory for the American people. When we go home to our states, we are hearing from people up and down in Delaware, up and down the state. I had a family reach out to us and say that we are no longer able to pay our bills. We're using a line of credit on our mortgage to pay our bills. We're not eating. This woman was 60 years old who wrote to us, and she said, she ended it by saying, I'm a Republican. Everybody is hurting across this country, and what this administration is doing is showing us what their priorities are. Their priorities are a gold-plated ballroom. Their priorities are a new reflecting pool, which we hope is not painted with the face of Donald Trump at the bottom. They're showing us that their priorities are building detention centers. In the 250th anniversary of this country, this is not the direction that we should be going. People are hurting, and this administration is acting as if the American people are their ATM. And so we stand here today to say, we're glad that this happened today, that it was stopped, it was stalled, but we know this is not the end. This is the same group that last year brought you one big, beautiful bill that gave money to ICE and CBP, but cut your health care. And so we're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to stand up for the American people. And as my colleague said, we hope that this is a new day for Republicans in Congress, that we take our power back, because our power stems from the people. So I just want to thank Chuck for giving us this opportunity, but just tell the American people to stay tuned. We know this is not the end of the battle.
Questions? Yes.
You mentioned you hope Republicans stop backing the slush fund. Is it anybody's understanding that any of your colleagues, any Republicans, are actually backing that thing?
The whole fight that they've had today is about bowing down to Donald Trump and doing what the American people don't want them to do, whether it's the ballroom or the slush fund, or siding with the American people. And the bottom line is that too many of them are siding with Trump. They're either afraid of Trump, look what happened this week, or they are blind, so blind that they don't see that it's costs that's making the American people angry and frustrated. And frankly, we're angry and frustrated that Republicans don't join us. We want to help people feed themselves. We want to help people be able to go to work and pay for that tank of gas. We want to help first-time home buyers afford a mortgage. And they're busy fighting amongst themselves on something the American people don't care about.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. When you all return, the FISA deadline will be, I think, June 12th. Are you concerned that because they didn't handle this before Memorial Day, that this will impact a must-pass piece of legislation?
Look, the FISA needs reform. I think almost all of our caucus feels it needs reform, and we're willing to work with the Republicans to get that reform. I don't think they know where they're at. Yes.
Senator Schumer, sort of up until now, the main Democratic electoral message has been affordability, the cost of living, prices. Are you guys now going to talk a lot more about corruption going into the fall?
Look.
Because you've got now this fund.
Here's the link. Corruption often leads to the high prices. Donald Trump sided with the big oil and gas industries and cut off the cheapest way to get power on the grid. Donald Trump, listening to a few big industry people, put in the tariffs that raised the costs. The two are tied together. Our goal is to get the costs lower, but the corruption in this administration pushes them to do the opposite. Yes.
Can you talk for a moment about what some of these amendments would have looked like? When I talked to Republican senators, they all said in this vote-a-rama, had it happened, they said you guys would have had certain votes that would have put them in tough spots based on the compensation fund. Can you describe what...
No, I'm not going to get into the specific amendments, but we were going to, we made clear that we felt that this corruption was so vile that we were going to do everything we can in reconciliation to try to get it undone. And that is the case. It will, if they come back and keep these things in their bill, we'll keep that fight, but we'll also be reminding people over and over again on the costs of living, the affordability issue, which is number one and always has been number one for us. And the reason we hate this stuff so badly is not just its innate corruption, which turns your stomach, but because it stands in the way of us doing what the American people want, what we were sent here to do. Get down those prices. Yes.
Drone zone of United States troops in Europe, how that might influence European security, specifically the Baltic states, while Russia is continuing.
Look, the bottom line is that this war in Iran he still hasn't said what the goal is. He still hasn't said how much it's going to cost. He still hasn't said how long it's going to last and how he's going to pay for it. And so, yes, this war undermines all the other things that we think need to be done. Yes.
Mr. Leader, just to clarify, beyond possible amendments, is there anything that Senate Democrats plan to do legislatively to block this anti-weaponization fund? And separately, do you agree with the findings of this new DNC autopsy report?
Well, look, we'll do everything we can to stop this slush fund, whether it's in the courts, whether it's legislative, whether it's through reconciliation or any other legislative means. As for the second, I haven't seen the report yet. I've been kind of busy today. Last one.
What is your opinion on the
I think Trump has been far too cozy with Putin and not strong enough for Ukraine. One of the things we'd like to do is impose those sanctions on Russia, which still the Republicans aren't ready to go forward with. Thank you, everybody.
Senate Democrats, I should say the Senate as a whole, going to be on a week-long recess, and that's why we were tracking some of the developments on Capitol Hill extra closely today, seeing what could get done before we see them step away until June. A live look at the camera planted at Fox News World Headquarters in New York City, a live look at 6th Avenue. We have been tracking all day, though, the reverberations from the DOJ's indictment of former Cuban leader Raul Castro. The DOJ unsealing that indictment yesterday. The acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announcing it in Miami. We have been tracking this story, and Fox News has been tracking this story. They put this piece together, taking a look at how Cubans are reacting to the Raul Castro indictment. Let's play this out.
Havana roaring with reactions after U.S. federal prosecutors announced charges including murder against former Cuban President Raul Castro. Castro is accused of ordering small planes flown by a group of Miami-based exiles to be shot down in 1996, resulting in 4 deaths, including the lives of 3 Americans. At the time, Castro was Cuba's defense minister.
But nobody prosecutes Donald Trump. And besides, take the shooting down of those planes, for example. If it had been the other way around, if Cuba had sent those planes into the United States and we flew into Miami, what would happen? They'd shoot us down like clay pigeons.
Cuban officials maintain the planes violated the island's airspace and received warnings. The country's current president denounces the indictment against Castro, calling it illegitimate. Some residents, meanwhile, stress they are against U.S. interference and cite the previous actions of American forces in Venezuela that captured former President Nicolas Maduro.
Both governments should sit down and come to an agreement. I wouldn't want a military intervention in Cuba because my daughter is out in the streets. I'm out in the streets, too.
While Castro retired as the head of the Cuban Communist Party in 2021, officials a little over 200 miles away in Miami, Florida, want to make sure that his influence is crushed.
He has to be brought to justice. It's removing him from power, removing the people around him from power, and bringing a true democratic elections to Cuba. That's what we're going to need in order to have change in that island.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Wanted to make sure we got that in before it's time to take our first break of the hour. It's just past 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Our coverage returning in a moment. All right, welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. This is going to do it for my time on the desk. Andy Mack has you covered for the next couple of hours. I'm going to leave you with President Trump answering questions in the Oval Office earlier today. The president being asked questions on a range of issues, some of it having to do with domestic topics and some of it having to do with international issues like the war in Iran. Let's listen.
I have two questions for you. One of them I want you to fill up. First about the ballroom and the second about Iran. First, I'm curious, what is the stone that you're going to be using? And I ask that for a reason, because I live in Stafford County, and you know a lot about history and stuff like that. So you know the stone that was quarried for the Capitol and the White House is from Stafford County. They still have quarries, so down there.
We're using marbles and granites, mostly marbles and granites.
All right, excellent. And then my second question is, the Vice President mentioned the other day there would be accommodations, they were willing to make accommodations with the Iranian deal. Could you kind of expand on those possible accommodations? Does that include...
When you say combination of what?
Accommodations, he's talking about accommodations as far as making the deal going. Is that...
I don't know, I can't tell you. Right now we're negotiating, and we'll see. But either we're going to get it one way or the other. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You know, when people hear it, because oftentimes they won't put up the second part of the sentence having to do with, I'll say, this is more important than anything that we have to talk about. And usually they'll cut it off, the fake news. I said, because this is the nuclearization of a country that some people would say is somewhat crazy. And we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all it is. We can't let it. You will have a nuclear war in the Middle East, and that war will come here. That war will go to Europe. We cannot let that happen, and it won't happen. It's not going to happen. That's more important than anything else. We can't. I can think of nothing that's more important than the fact that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we won't. Yeah, Jeff.
Following up on that, sir, Iran is negotiating with Oman to set up a formalization of charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that acceptable to you?
Well, we're looking at it. We hear about it. They've negotiated. They've had a relationship with them before, and we'll see. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through. It's like a steel wall. It's our Navy. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We wiped out their Navy. We not wiped out their air. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles, to build drones. We have great drone technology, anti-drone technology now that, frankly, we didn't have even 2 months ago. We have unbelievable drone technology, both for making them and also for knocking them down. But look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yes, Daniel?
Just let me just one follow-up on that. How do you want things to end up with the Strait of Hormuz, though? Would you like them to have...
Well, we want it open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls. Right now, they are losing $500 million a day is what it's projected. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of money, but whether it's 500 or 200 or 300, they're losing a lot of money. There hasn't been a ship that's been able to get through without our approval. And the Navy has done an amazing job. And no ship is going to Iran, as you know. No ship is going to, or out of Iran without our approval.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it. Okay?
Mr. President, I have two questions. First on deregulation, second on the Supreme Court. You, coming from business, you've seen the effects of what unnecessary red tape can do to business. Do you believe that given the amount of deregulatory actions taken along with this, the full effect endangerment finding, CAFE standards, the tax cuts and tariffs, do you believe that you've made the United States the most pro-business, pro-investment country in the world?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, because we are, for every one new regulation that we add, we're getting rid of 20 to 30 to 40, and now it's actually at even a number. In my first term, for every regulation that was added, we got rid of a minimum of 10. And I understand, Lee, that it's up to 43 or 44 right now. So if we add a regulation, we get rid of 43, 44. We're making it a much more pro-business, pro-people. You know, regulations are very costly for the people. They're bad for everybody. They're bad for jobs, bad for everybody. And we have, as of today, we have more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. To me, it's one of my favorite stats. But we have more people today working in the United States than at any time in the history. And this is with the Iran conflict. That'll end soon, very soon. And when it ends, your gasoline prices will go down lower than they were before. You know, I left Iowa a few months ago, and gasoline was at $1.85 a gallon. And we'll be hitting numbers like that again.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court.
But we'll be hitting them in a much nicer way, by the way. We will be hitting them, and we will have a country that will not have a nuclear weapon. Yeah, Daniel?
So on this today.
Yeah, let me just finish with him.
On the Supreme Court, sir, we're still waiting for the decision on birthright citizens.
Yeah, birthright.
You attended the oral arguments of that. Can you just explain what's at stake with that decision, sir?
It's a big decision that we're waiting for from the Supreme Court. We had a terrible tariff decision. They cost our country a fortune. They said do it a different way. We're doing it a different way, but we're going to most likely have to pay back $149 billion. All they had to do is put a little sentence in there, half a sentence, saying that any monies paid don't have to be paid back. You know, you're talking about the people in many cases that hate our country. Give them back money. It was a terrible decision. And it's not going to affect because we do the tariffs a different way. The tariffs are what's bringing in all of this money. It's really made our country rich, modernly rich. Now we have another one coming up, which is birthright citizenship. And we're the only country in the world that has it. You step into our country and you're all of a sudden a citizen. You come in a certain way. This was not meant for Chinese billionaires to have their children become citizens of our country. This was meant, or other rich people, poor people. This was meant for the babies of slaves. This was signed right after the Civil War. You look at the dates alone, immediately after. This was having to do with the babies of slaves. And people have used it. And if this is allowed to stand, it will be a disaster economically for our country. And you'll have 25% of the people coming into our country coming in through birthright citizenship. And we won't have any control. This decision by the Supreme Court is a very big one. They'll probably rule against me because they seem to like doing that. You know, frankly, I'm not happy with some of the decisions. Look at NIL. Look what they've done. Look what the courts have done to college sports. They're destroying college sports. They're destroying universities. But birthright citizens, a big deal. And literally, if that's allowed to stand, and again, this was a civil war. This was right after the Civil War, and it has to do with the babies of slaves. It doesn't have to do with the babies of very rich people coming into the country. One of them came in with 57 children, okay, 57 children. They're using the system, and it's usually people that hate our country, if you want to know the truth. Birthright citizen is done by no other country in the world the way we're doing it. We're a laughing stock. And if the Supreme Court approves that decision, they have done a great disservice to the United States of America, just like they did a great disservice by costing us $149 billion on tariffs by saying do it a different way. Get the same result, do it a different way. We should have won that decision. We had a very strong, very powerful dissent. We had 3 dissents. So it wasn't like a unanimous decision by any means. We had very powerful dissents. When you read that dissent, people that read that dissent say you really should have won this case. We should have won that case on tariffs. That case cost our country $149 million. It goes to people that hate our country. So now we have another one coming up, birthright citizenship. It would be a disgrace. It would be a disgrace if the Supreme Court of the United States allows that to happen. Remember what I said, 20 to 25% of the people coming into our country will come in through birthright citizenship. They'll become citizens through birthright citizenship, and it'll cost us numbers that are, I don't even think they're doable. And it's all up to a couple of people. And I hope they do what's right. Birthright citizenship is a disgrace. The fact that, look at the people that are bringing the suit. Study the people that are bringing the suit. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that.
Mr. President, when is today's executive order on AI been postponed?
Because I didn't like certain aspects of it. I postponed it. I think it gets in the way of, we're leading China, we're leading everybody, and I don't want to do anything that's going to get in the way of that lead. We have a very substantial on AI. It's causing tremendous good, and it's also bringing in a lot of jobs, tremendous numbers of jobs. Again, we have more people working right now than we've ever had. I really thought that could have been a blocker, and I want to make sure that it's not.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
wait 1 second.
With President Xi last week, did you discuss AI safeguards?
Who? What?
In China last week with President Xi,
yes.
Did you discuss AI
I did. No, I discussed it. And he acknowledges how well we're doing. We're doing well. He's doing. It's the two of us. The two countries are fighting for it. Other countries are way behind, way behind. They're fighting for it. They want it. Everybody wants it, but they're way behind. But I didn't want to do it. I postponed that meeting. It was a press conference. It was a signing, actually, because I didn't like what I was seeing.
Mr. President, a few moments ago, the Commission of Fine Arts approved your redesign for your arch. Do you think you need congressional?
Oh, that's good news. I finally get good news from
Do you think you need
What was the vote? Do you know what the vote was? What was the vote?
I'm just seeing the headline here. I don't have the exact vote. But
So we're building what's called the Triumphal Arch right opposite the Arlington Memorial Bridge, right by Arlington Cemetery. It's beautiful. It's the Arc de Triomphe would be the one that you would probably know in Paris. It's one of the most beautiful. It's a very similar size, slightly larger. We have to do slightly larger. It doesn't have to be a lot larger. Otherwise, you'd all be disappointed in me. But it's even far more beautiful. And I think that the Arc de Triomphe is beautiful. It's a couple of 100 years old, but I think it's beautiful. And some arcs go back over 1,000 years. And it's called a triumphal arc. It's usually done for victories in war and things. There are 59 of them in the world. And some are really beautiful. And we're the only major, Washington, D.C., which should be number one, we're the only important and major city that doesn't have one. We don't have a triumphal arch. So it was meant to be built for many years. The circle going up to the bridge, it was, people pass that circle, they say, why isn't something built here? And so that's very good. We just got approval from Fine Arts. That's fantastic.
Right, but you need Congress to sign off on it.
No, we don't. No, we're doing it. It's the land is owned by the Interior Department. We don't need anything from Congress.
Are you attending your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Mr. President, actually to add...
All right, just listening in there to the president, taking questions from reporters, as you heard there, asked about the wedding of his son, Don Jr. He will actually not be in attendance. He'll be in Virginia over the weekend. It's a very small private affair. Let's talk more about what we learned earlier on today, and this coming after the 2024 election when President Trump swept all 7 swing states. It left Democrats scratching their heads, searching for answers about exactly what went wrong. And we learned a few details, just a few, in a report talking about the autopsy as the DNC chair, Ken Martin, finally releasing some of these, talking about the Democratic Party plagued in their latest presidential election, including messaging that, quote, created tensions with key constituencies. And there was some pressure on him to release that, and he finally did, as the DNC chair apologized for not releasing this autopsy sooner. It's not quelling scrutiny, as some operatives criticized the incomplete report, telling Elisa Kaczynski with Politico that it's a, quote, self-inflicted wound for Martin, and that's unfortunate given what happened in New Jersey and Virginia and those wins. Others suggested it could raise further questions about Martin as chair. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox by Lisa Kaczynski, the national politics reporter with Politico. And obviously it did not look good for Democrats. Was the diagnosis summed up as dysfunction amongst the Democratic Party?
That's certainly the fallout from this report getting released. Look, Chair Ken Martin had been under immense pressure. He was really in a no-win situation to release this report that was never going to satisfy Democrats because it was not fulsome, it was not complete. It left out major issues, including about President Biden's age, which obviously was a huge factor in this and led in part to Vice President Kamala Harris taking over the ticket. It didn't address Israel and Gaza, which are obviously huge flashpoints that continue to roil the Democratic Party. There was pressure on the chair to release it. He got criticized for releasing it, for releasing an incomplete thing. So Democrats sort of remain in dysfunction over this.
Yeah, it was a lose-lose in his eyes, but it was a big defeat in 2024 that really is at the center of this. Who put the most pressure on Ken Martin to release it? Because he had conversation with high-level Democrats, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who potentially was almost on this ticket. Who pressured him? Who pushed him the most?
Look, he was facing pressure from all sides. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris call to release the report. You saw the private conversation with Governor Shapiro and DNC Chair Ken Martin, in which Governor Shapiro, had raised concerns about the lack of transparency. There's talk among potential 2028 presidential candidates. There's talk among members of the DNC. There's been criticism of Chair Martin for some time, not just over this, but also with the Democratic Party's finances, which, Republicans are leading in the money race for 2026. So there's been questions around that. So the pressure was really just coming in from all sides at this point: liberal activist groups, pro-Palestinian groups, a lot of folks who just wanted to release this autopsy. And he was just kind of creating more chaos, more kind of rumor mill by not releasing it, which is what he did say in releasing it today.
Yeah, and obviously the report, the kind of contents of it's getting a lot of notoriety. I found it interesting to talk about who wrote it, who penned this autopsy of more than 100-page. Do you find that important as well, and who exactly was it?
It certainly is important, especially because the DNC is now trying to distance itself from this longtime operative, Paul Rivera, who authored this report, and the DNC is saying, didn't provide necessarily all the methodology or the interviews or the transcripts, despite repeated requests, one source told me. And on a call today with members of the DNC, Chair Ken Martin said that, this person is no longer associated with the DNC, and they're kind of shifting the blame for this incomplete report, that's haphazard, it's sloppy, it has factual errors, it has typos in it. They're kind of shifting this blame all on to this longtime operative and trying to distance themselves from it, with Chair Ken Martin saying that he, doesn't endorse what is in this report and doesn't endorse what isn't in it.
Not even backing their own report of the operative, as you mentioned, not with the DNC moving forward. And obviously you mentioned some of the omissions, and the standing one out to me is that the Biden pick right out of the gate. How big of an omission was that to not even kind of glean any insight into why they chose to push forward with him despite his age and concerns around that?
It's definitely a big omission. That and, the omission of Israel were kind of the two that everyone was citing today. Democrats have just not really grappled fully with what it meant to have President Joe Biden, who had said initially that he would be kind of a bridge president, to try for the second term and what it would mean. And then also not really dissect the very rushed process in which Vice President Kamala Harris kind of racked up the delegates and became the top of the ticket without any sort of real primary process. That's something that Democrats have really long argued over, whether there should have been a more fulsome, if not, still truncated, but at least had some sort of primary process when that switch did happen. And that was not really gotten into in the report.
And potentially moving forward with Biden, another key component was this, as they said, quote, they were leaning on, quote, flawed candidates, of course, meaning Republican candidates on the other side. Was there a cockiness to what the Democrats did in this cycle? Was that come across in this report?
There was, there were omissions in this report that, Democrats didn't do enough to kind of attack Republicans and go negative and point out these are in their words, flaws with Republicans, with President Donald Trump. And we're kind of coasting a bit and leaning a bit on folks like Liz Cheney, disaffected Republicans, people who had broken with Trump, to kind of sell that for them, as opposed to really making the case themselves why voters should not vote for Republicans and should vote for Democrats.
And obviously a part of this is talking about regaining the trust and confidence in the party. Exactly how do you do that when you don't even back an autopsy like this? How do they regain the trust? Is there any solutions provided?
That is something the Democrats are still trying to work through, and you're seeing them work through it in real time in the midterms. There was stuff in the report about how Vice President Kamala Harris didn't do enough to engage rural voters, didn't do enough to engage men, particularly young men, didn't do enough to engage Latino voters. These are all groups that you saw trend toward President Donald Trump in 2024. So the report does acknowledge that. But Democrats still have some work to do to try and win back these voters and reconnect with these voters through different messaging mediums and different messages.
And there are obviously glaring problems with this report and what happened in 2024. If 2026 goes well, if there are a lot of Democrats elected, if they win back the control of the House and even the Senate, does this autopsy look more like an anomaly than something that is a major problem within the DNC?
Look, a lot of, parties after elections will do autopsies. It's not unique to the DNC that they tried to do one after this one. Republicans have done them before too. This autopsy is a flashpoint right now because of all of the scrutiny that Chair Ken Martin has been under, and because Democrats are still looking for their way out of the wilderness a little bit. If they do continue to notch some wins in 2026 and the party's feeling better heading into 2028 because of this, I think this will kind of subside as an issue.
And you mentioned just the viability of Ken Martin as chair. Some questions around that. Does he continue on? Does it have to be a success in 2026 for him to potentially maintain a role at a high level within the DNC?
Look, there has been scrutiny over Chair Ken Martin for some time. Like I said earlier, with the party, kind of the party's financial health, with this report that he had first said he was going to release, then said he wouldn't release, now did release in an incomplete format. There were some calls today for him to step aside. But I also had, I did have one DNC member tell me that this is kind of the most at risk that Ken Martin, who has been a fixture in this party, in the Democratic apparatus for some time, that this is the most at risk that he has been yet. But I've also had members tell me that they're still with him, and that, the people who are kind of speaking up now are people who have always been critics of Ken Martin and maybe wanted someone else to be the party chair, and that we're just kind of seeing a little bit of that come to the fore. But he's definitely under the spotlight right now, definitely a lot of scrutiny, and that could, intensify if Democrats don't perform as well as they're hoping to right now in the midterms.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the Democrats to perform after what we saw in 2024, upcoming in 2026. Lisa, is there anything we're missing, anything else that stood out to you in this autopsy that you want to note before I let you go?
I truly will just say a lot of Democrats were really looking for the party to say anything on Israel and the war in Gaza, given just how deeply divisive that has become in the party. And that was not addressed in this report, even though there had been talk of it being, included in kind of the process of putting this report together. There's a lot of questions right now from Democrats about where that is and why party leaders aren't addressing it.
And that issue is not going anywhere anytime soon. All right, Lisa, thank you so much. Appreciate your time, your insight here on Live Now.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. And that was a no-win situation for the chair of the DNC, Ken Martin, releasing that autopsy, a diagnosis of dysfunction within the Democratic Party. You can see this, a statement from Ken Martin after this pressure to release this report. They're not even backing it themselves, saying, when I was elected to DNC chair, I commissioned an after-action review 2024 election that I wanted to be honest and transparent and with actionable and specific takeaways for the future of the Democratic Party. When I received the report late last year, it wasn't ready for prime time, not even close, and because no source material was provided, it would have meant starting over. I could not, in good faith, put the DNC's stamp of approval on the report that was produced after last November's massive Democratic wins. I didn't want to create a distraction, but by not putting that record out, ending up creating an even bigger distraction. For that, I sincerely apologize. For transparency, I'm releasing the report as we received it in its entirety, unedited, unabridged. It does not meet these standards, and it won't meet standards, but I'm doing this because people need to trust the Democratic Party and trust our word. So trust, a big word heading into 2026, obviously trying to regain that trust and make up for some of the omissions, the obstacles, the problems that arose during the 2024 campaign, obviously around then President Biden, and him dropping out of the race, and Vice President Kamala Harris moving into the role as candidate. So obviously a lot to talk about here on Live Now from Fox. A live picture as we go to break here, as it's just about 10:15 local time on the East Coast at the White House. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The racing world, the sports world is grappling with the loss of Kyle Busch, a stunning development today as he passed away at the age of 41. And what a prolific career he had, spanning some 2 decades. And this from NASCAR earlier on today, saying, "We are saddened and heartbroken to share the news of the passing of Kyle Busch, a 2-time Cup champion, one of the sport's greatest and fiercest drivers. He was 41 years old. We extend our deepest condolences to the Busch family, Richard Childress Racing, and the entire motorsports community in different portions of this country reacting to all of it, including down in Florida outside of Daytona International Speedway. We're joined right now by Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte. What are we hearing from people? How are they reacting to the news?
Yeah, fans are truly heartbroken. And just to show you what we're seeing out here right now, you can see staff here with the Speedway put up this sign to remember Kyle Busch. A few people have come so far to place flowers and candles, but Busch was one of NASCAR's biggest stars for 20 years. He celebrated in Victory Lane for the summer race right here at Daytona International Speedway in 2008. And we've been going around speaking with racing fans who just can't believe this news and are truly mourning his loss.
Everybody loved him. This last race that we had here at the Daytona 500, everybody was here at the tables, standing up, rooting and cheering at the screens as he was going around the track. So it was just kind of a shocking experience, to be honest, more than anything. So everybody's definitely mourning today.
Many saddened and shocked by the sudden loss of Kyle Busch at racing's North Turn Beach Bar and Grill.
It's crazy, like the impact that he had in the racing community. He's been around for 20 years or so, pretty much when I was born. So growing up, he had the M&M car, and he was just a staple in NASCAR.
Kyle Busch, a NASCAR legend and 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. The 41-year-old driver compiled 234 victories among all 3 NASCAR National Series. He won his final race at the Dover Motor Speedway just 6 days ago. He said this after his victory.
Your 69th victory in this series, your 5th right here. Why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
Because you never know when the last one is.
While the Busch family says Kyle passed away from a severe illness, we don't know exactly what that was yet. Fox Sports' Bob Pockrass says he was sick with a cough recently.
He had a cough in the last couple of weeks, and a couple of weeks ago at Watkins Glen asked for a shot to be given to him after the race. Didn't really specify what that was for, but he had been kind of a little bit under the weather.
Busch, a father, husband, and NASCAR legend.
Everybody that knows and loves Kyle Busch knew he was a hard-working, strong family man who just loved what he did with all of his life, and that he gave and devoted all of his life to it. So he leaves behind a really, really big legacy.
And we have seen the condolences come in through social media. A lot of people praying for the Busch family at this time. Right now, out here physically, there are a few flowers and candles, but we are expecting this to grow over the coming days. We'll send it back to you.
Obviously, Daytona Beach, so instrumental to racing. Kyle Busch, such a feature figure amongst those racers that are held in such high regard. Were there any personal stories you heard from people that maybe got to interact with Kyle Busch, got an autograph or a picture with him?
Yeah, we went to that restaurant as you saw just a minute ago, and we were speaking with some of the people who work there, and they said that, all the customers today talked about different times that they remembered Kyle Busch, that they were cheering him on, and just recently here at the Daytona 500 cheering for him. So it's just really very sudden and very shocking. I mean, he was only 41 years old. He was expected to race pretty soon and just had a race that he won 6 days ago. So we definitely heard a lot of people sharing those personal stories and those memories, remembering him and remembering cheering him on.
Yeah, taken too soon at the age of 41, Kyle Busch leaves behind quite the legacy. All right, Stephanie, thank you again. I appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great reporting there as we will continue to see the outpouring of support for Kyle Busch and the racer's racer, as he always felt like he had a chance to win, saying he'd win really anytime, any place, anywhere, no matter what they were doing. Such a competitor, the two-time Cup champion, and even some of the competitors that he faced on the track and potentially even after the checkered flag flew are sending out their condolences as well. You can see this on social media. Brad Keselowski saying absolute shock. Very hard to process. Hug your loved ones, especially as just how quickly this all transpired. Denny Hamlin absolutely cannot comprehend this news. We just need to think of his family during this time. We love you, KB. And also from Dale Earnhardt Jr., who familiar with losing someone very close to him in that racing world at Daytona. Kyle was one of the greatest drivers in NASCAR history. No one can deny that. But he was also a father, husband, brother, son, and a friend to many. Heart is broken for the Busch family. I will never be able to make sense of this loss, but I'm thankful that we found a way to become friends, as he really transformed the sport in NASCAR and other elements of racing. Chris Myers covering Kyle Busch since his really surge onto the scene at age 20, saying, grasping the shocking death of the 41-year-old Kyle Busch, this cuts deep, thinking of his family, friends, and all in NASCAR, motorsports community, and beyond. And of course, even within the Indy 500 taking place today, the scoring pylon there at IMS did have a tribute to Kyle Busch as well. Let's take you out to this conversation my colleague Mike Page had with Chris Myers on what he remembered from covering him, some of the interactions, the special moments, and what made Kyle Busch so special.
The tragic and shocking news of the passing of Kyle Busch, dead at the age of 41. He is one of the most accomplished drivers in NASCAR history, one of the winningest active drivers in the sport. Just to name a few, he is a two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion back in 2015 and 2019. He also is the leader of 63 NASCAR Cup Series wins, still has that record, and then countless NASCAR Xfinity Series as well as Truck Series wins as well. This loss is devastating for the sport of NASCAR and really across the country of sports in general as well. I do want to bring in our next guest. He is joining us on the phone right now, Chris Myers with Fox Sports. Chris, thanks so much for joining us here on this very, very tragic news day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked like everybody else, stunned, and just a few people I've spoken to in the last hour or so, you know, in the NASCAR, the motorsports world, are totally devastated by this, because he won a truck race just 6 days ago, wasn't feeling well in a cup race, and then is checked into the hospital after having a bad cough that wouldn't go away, and now at the age of 41, his life is gone. I mean, he's a father, a husband, and one of the best drivers of our time. You mentioned some of the credentials. You know, a Las Vegas guy who, with his brother Kurt Busch, brought a lot of racing to the West Coast. He won the first ever Cup race that Toyota had won, of course, running now for Chevrolet, and in the midst of a career-long losing streak, but as a two-time champion and a guy, his wins are top 10 all time. He was on his way to the Hall of Fame, but still enjoyed racing, had a passion for it, and even though he had sometimes a polarizing figure, he was a very likable guy when you got to talk to him when he wasn't competing with somebody on the track.
Yeah, Chris, you nailed it there by saying, you know, he would often make, of course, headlines for winning the races, but sometimes he would make a lot of those headlines coming off the track and speaking to the media. What are some of your memories of interacting with Kyle Busch?
Well, I mean, he wasn't afraid. You know, NASCAR, you can listen in on our Fox broadcast where any of them, actually, the in-car radio. It'd be like listening into an NFL coach sending in a play to a quarterback and how they react. And so he would not be afraid to call somebody, an a-hole or an SOB for cutting him off, or going after his crew for, hey, we blew that pit stop, let's get it together. I can't, I'm getting the most out of this car that I can. So his nickname Rowdy, and that's how he was on the track. And he wasn't afraid to say things afterwards to the media about, what happened. Like, what do you think? This guy's a jerk or whatever. And I like that about him. I can honestly say that, in the coverage of all the years broadcasting NASCAR, it was his entire career. I mean, his first career win came at age 20, and you rattled off all the other successes. And he won in the championship in the Truck Series, the Saturday Series success, and then the two-time champ in the Cup Series. But he was likable in the fraternity and knew a lot about the sport. And I like that he always he would race on a dirt track. His 11-year-old son is into racing, and it's just so sad being the father of two, his good husband, and that they're dealing with this shocking story today. But he'll be remembered as a guy. They said that he could drive. He could go 3 wide all by himself, meaning that he could run on any track, anywhere, anytime, and get to any part on the track and get ahead of somebody to beat him, or what it would take to beat him. That's just the kind of guy he was. But this at this age is what makes. And there was we don't believe the early indication, no racing related from the past, and that's why you check into a hospital and all of a sudden you're gone, and we're still grappling with accepting the reality of the death of Kyle Busch.
Yeah, it just happened so fast. I mean, earlier today, we just learning the news that he would not participate in Charlotte this week at a huge race. And then, hours later, hearing the passing. Chris, I got to ask you about, for NASCAR fans, when we go back to seeing the tragic death of Dale Earnhardt, that was hard to see because you saw it and you knew what happened. This is going to hit fans, though, a little bit different because for Kyle Busch fans and really fans in general, there is no closure moment. You don't see, okay, this is the reason why he died.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's easier to watch it unfold on a track like Dale Earnhardt, which was, my goodness, 25 years ago, and the sport has become a lot safer. That's why I think it's important, and some speculated, was there a previous injury that maybe there was something CTE or something, because he said he wasn't feeling well on Sunday and wanted to be replaced, and then he went to a simulator and kind of collapsed, and then all of a sudden he's in the hospital, and this is sped right up. But he had been a tough driver. I remember, I think it was 20. In his early 2000s, he broke a leg and came back and raced eventually in that season. Ended up winning one of his 2 championships. So he was tough that way, but it was not. This seems like something, he was not. There was no indication that he was in any physical or danger, from any health issues. I mean, they have regular checkups, these guys, so they can race every week to make sure they're sharp, not only for their own safety, but the safety of the other drivers that are out on the track that they're competing against. So, whether there's closure or not, and that's why it's still really hard to accept for all of us, because we just saw him race last weekend and win a race, and then leave a race, and now he's left us for good.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Myers, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it, and so sorry for the loss for not only the fans, but the media that interacted with them so much.
Yeah, and thank you. And we'll have a special tribute to him on our Indy 500 coverage on Sunday on Fox in our pre-race show, because Tony Stewart and Danica Patrick will be on there as well, and they raced against the great Kyle Busch. So thank you for remembering him.
We will definitely be looking forward to that. Thanks so much, Chris. We appreciate it as always. All right, everyone, we want to continue to bring you this coverage. Devastating day in the world of NASCAR and racing fans everywhere. Hearing this headline, Kyle Busch dead at the age of 41. I want to bring in our next guest to help break down the career and really the longevity that Kyle Busch had, not only in Cup Series, but Xfinity, as well as the truck races as well. I want to bring in Bob Pockrass, Fox Sports NASCAR insider. And Bob, I'm so sorry for this day. I know you interacted with him countless times, and this has to be a hard day.
Yeah, it's a hard day for everybody in NASCAR. You talk about one of the greats of the sport. What was Chris mentioned? Won a race Friday in the trucks, raced in the All-Star event on Sunday, and then is hospitalized last night and passes today. And it's just really hard for people to understand, even in a sport where you're used to dealing with tragedy, and with this one, it's tough. It's tough because everybody was looking at, hey, Kyle Busch still at 41 years old. Yes, he hadn't won in Cup for a couple of years, but everybody's just waiting for that moment where he would win again and help bring Richard Childress Racing back into glory.
Yeah, I mean, we look back to Daytona this year. He got the pole. And you think back to so many countless times, Bob. When I think about his career, I look back at that weekend back in 2017 in Bristol where he owned the weekend. He just owned it all when he just swept the races.
Yeah, I mean, that's the competitor Kyle Busch, right? And when I think of him, I think of 2015. In Daytona, he gets injured, broken leg, broken ankle, misses 11 races, and comes back and wins relatively quickly, and goes on to win his first championship. And that was not an easy return in 11 weeks. You're talking about somebody who's so competitive and so wants to get back out there and race. And, he put in all the work and more that was required to get back in that car. And then to go back and perform pretty much as if he had never been out and win a title was just amazing.
Yeah, it truly was. And he was amazing in so many different ways. They called him Rowdy for a way that he was able to not only handle the car, but handle maybe the media and other drivers around. What are some of your memories of interacting with him when he would give you those fresh sound bites?
Kyle Busch was one of those where you didn't know whether you were going to get a fresh soundbite or no soundbite, right? He was one of those, there were days where he was not in the mood, and he would pretty much indicate that. But then there were many days where he did enjoy some of the banter, either with the media or trying to needle his competitors if he felt like he wanted to try to get under their skin. And he would give a little smirk and maybe a wink of the eye, and you knew that he was trying to send a message, and I think he probably enjoyed a lot of that back and forth. He enjoyed the competition both on and off the track.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And NASCAR, of course, this weekend is gearing up for their crown jewel race, the Charlotte 600. And what ways do you think, I know it's so early in this, but they have to be planning this already. What are some ways do you think NASCAR is going to honor them this whole weekend?
There's so many ways they could. I mean, you would certainly expect decals on the car. You would certainly expect a moment of silence. Do they do something special on the 8th lap or the 18th lap? The numbers that he carried for much of his Cup career. And you would expect that there could be some tributes to him, either painted in the grass or some signage in his memory. And it's certainly everybody's still trying to kind of determine just how much they can do in a few days in Charlotte, and the tributes aren't going to end in Charlotte. I can tell you that, because they're going to continue throughout this year and the years to come, because you're talking about one of the all-time greats, a driver who is 9th on the Cup list of all-time winners and had more wins than anybody else in the O'Reilly and the Truck Series.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, I just reading your tweet from earlier when you shared the devastating news. I mean, my jaw just sank, because I couldn't believe what I was reading, and how everything just happened so fast here in this saga for him. Rushed to the hospital, and now learning the death here. It's going to hit fans in so many ways.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're talking about the shock of gosh, you just saw him race. I talked to people who talked to him yesterday, and now he is gone. And then you're going to be at the racetrack this weekend, and you're used to seeing him race in at least twice, if not three times during a weekend, and you're not going to see him race at all. And to see, you're going to see Austin Hill. I assume still the plan is for him to race the RCR number 8, and it's just going to. You're almost going to be just expecting to see him, right? You're still just so unreal, so like unbelievable that like you're like it's going to be a hard weekend for many for sure.
Yeah, really, really will. Bob, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Very devastating news, but we appreciate your thoughts and insight as always.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, and we do want to now share just some of the condolences that are just pouring in right now from drivers like Brad Keselowski, putting this out on X saying, absolute shock. Very hard to process. Hug your loved ones. All
right, just listening in there as you saw so many of the outpouring of support, this two-time champ. And I love the way that Chris Myers noted that Kyle Busch, he was almost 3 wide on the back straight by himself, meaning that he would race anywhere, anytime, at any track. So just the ultimate competitor that he was. And the sports world, the racing world, mourning the loss at the age of 41, gone very much too soon. His rise to prominence began 2 decades ago when he first burst onto the scene as a rookie. And we know in Charlotte they're going to be potentially honoring him in a big way tonight. They're also honoring him at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, IMS, saying, forever in our hearts, Godspeed, a racer. You can see there the scoring pylon. Kyle Busch, gone, taken up from us too soon, leaving behind wife, 2 young children. So we're following it all here very closely on Live Now from Fox, grappling with this sudden, very sudden news today. I'm Eddie Mack. We're back after this. You two live now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Number 12, Aaron Rodgers, signaling that this is his last year, one of the greatest to ever play the position. And you can see the NFL, Aaron Rodgers, as they begin their offseason work, agreeing to a one-year deal with the Steelers, and then saying that this year will be the final year, a farewell campaign for him with the Pittsburgh Steelers under a head coach that he's very familiar with. And this was the quote earlier this week from Rodgers when asked if this was his last year.
Will be your last year? You even think that right now?
Yes.
That's in your last year?
This is it, yeah.
And how close? Last one. How close is this team, do you think, with you coming back and Coach McCarthy's offensive plays, to taking a couple steps forward then?
I mean, it's day 3. Like, can we talk about that in Latrobe after a nice little Meadows freeze?
All right, we're joined right now by senior NFL writer, reporter for the Associated Press, Rob Body. Rob, Aaron Rodgers, obviously he has so much in the trophy case, Lombardi Trophy, multiple NFL MVP awards. What do we expect to see from him this year? Why did he decide right now is the moment?
Well, Andy, I think Aaron Rodgers can still play quarterback in the NFL, and we saw that last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this year with Mike McCarthy, his former coach in Green Bay, coming into Pittsburgh to lead that team, a homecoming for Mike McCarthy, who is from the Pittsburgh area. Just a little bit more excitement for Aaron Rodgers, kind of like to wrap up his career the way he started it. It's not Green Bay. He's 2 decades older. They've improved the offense around him, brought in Michael Pittman at wide receiver, Rico Dowdle at running back. They've got DK Metcalf. And I think Aaron Rodgers can be one of those guys who could potentially go out, maybe not necessarily on top with a Lombardi Trophy like John Elway did, but have a successful season, continue the winning in Pittsburgh. And of course, as we know, the Steelers fans they're waiting for a playoff win because it's been so long, Andy, since they won a playoff game. For them, it's not about getting there. It's about how far you can go. So ultimately, I guess anything short of a Lombardi in Pittsburgh isn't considered a success when you're that good for that long. That's the measuring stick. But Aaron Rodgers, at this point in his career, I think he's still got another year left in him. And I've been around the NFL long enough to know that depending on how things go, a guy can tell you, Andy, he wants to retire. I've lived it with Tom Brady. I've seen it with Brett Favre. We know about Michael Jordan and so many others. He didn't really expand on it other than saying, yeah, this is it. Maybe there's a possibility, but we'll go into this season as kind of his last tour.
Yeah, we saw the just similarities between him and Brett Favre in Green Bay, what he did, what he was able to accomplish there at Lambeau Field. Is there any chance that number 22, season number 22, isn't his last? Could he continue to roll this thing over?
I think until a season begins with one of these guys, when a guy tells you he's done, until the next season begins and he's not in the league, like just look at what we saw with Phillip Rivers. He was out of the league for 4 or 5 years, and he came back at, how old's Phillip Rivers? 45, 46, 47 years old. So I would never say never, but Aaron Rodgers is certainly approaching this season as if it's his last season with the Pittsburgh Steelers, last season in the NFL, and I'm sure is going to do everything in his power. He's excited about going into this year with the familiarity. He knows the offense. He knows the offense inside and out, Mike McCarthy's offense. And there's a lot of familiar faces also on the coaching staff. And it's not only about him going out and being the best he can possibly be, but I think Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys who wants to help that next generation. And when you've got some younger quarterbacks on that team, whether it's Howard or Aller or whoever it may be, being able to learn from, like, you've got an opportunity to watch a first ballot Hall of Famer, how he approaches his business on a daily basis. And I think it could only help those young quarterbacks, whether or not they're the future franchise quarterback for the Steelers.
Yeah, and Rodgers has that lone Super Bowl win, but he's 4th all-time in passing touchdowns in the NFL, 527, 5th all-time in passing yards with over 66,000. I had the pleasure of covering him in Green Bay, and what a special talent he was. How much did he change the position of quarterback in this league?
He's one of those guys who, if you take Super Bowl rings away, right, Andy, because he's going to be measured, and we measure quarterbacks. Brady's got the most, and Montana's got 4, and Bradshaw's got 4, and we know how many Aikman won. But if you just take the raw talent and the ability, Marino didn't win a Super Bowl ring, yet people still talk about him. Joe Montana recently said how he's got him at the height on his list. I think Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys whose talent, his arm talent, his ability, earlier in his career, which you got to experience and see, he could navigate that pocket like no other quarterback. Not necessarily as a running threat like Lamar Jackson, but to be able to navigate, read, go through his progression, stay in the pocket, throw a touchdown pass. What he was able to do, as disciplined as he was, as precise and accurate as he was, not throwing interceptions often throughout his career. I think he's a guy who can call his own plays. He's a special, as you said, a special talent, one of those guys who will go down in history as one of the greatest. And if, as I said, if we take those rings away, you may say that he's the best of all time, talent-wise, talent level. And we know what rankings are. It's everybody's opinion, and my rankings could be different from yours. And if I want to put Brady certainly number 1 on my list, somebody's going to come along and say, what about Elway? What about this guy? What about that? I certainly feel like Aaron Rodgers is in that conversation.
I would agree, and some of the extracurriculars around his NFL career might kind of dictate some of the conversation more than just what he was able to accomplish on the field, which was so very special. All right, Rob, thank you so much. We'll see if this is his last year. We'll put a little bit of asterisk by it for now until we'll see what happens in 2027. Thanks again. I appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate you.
All right, great conversation with one of the best, Rob Maaddi there. Again, this from the New York Times saying Aaron Rodgers said on Wednesday that the 2026 season, his 22nd in the league, will be his last. 2026 will be his 22nd season and the second with the Steelers in a reunion between Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy in Pittsburgh. Of course, McCarthy